first, I was like, well, so they.
We're live.
We really have like a set agenda. So let's do a quick check-in with everybody and let's do again, just your name. How about any time constraints? Because I know folks have some moving parts and pieces. Name, time constraints, and despite the weather you wish we were having, what is your metaphorical weather right now? Does that sound good? And then after we do a check-in, Megan will kind of lay out the agenda for the evening and we'll get some agreement on that and then we'll jump in. Does that sound right? Sounds right. Okay. I'm Anna. I just have to run out to the Colorado room at 5:30 because there's a thing tonight and I have to like make sure they're ready to go. That's my only time constraint and then I'll be right back. My weather is let's put on the second.
I'm Megan and I just want to go to sleep before midnight and I would also say that my weather is partly sunny.
My name's Fran, I'm the principal of the South Elementary. Yeah, actually, I get to bed before midnight and partly sunny.
I'm Maddie. No time constraints. Sunny too.
Miles, no time constraints. I guess part of the meetings.
I'm Jason, I have no time constraints. I agree with the midnight, that would be great. And I'll say probably some. Despite the week. Okay, positive.
I'm Stacy, I'm the Chief Academic Officer. I have a hard stop at 7, maybe sooner, I might get a next door. And my weather is scattered with pops of sun.
Kenny Tegler on the Board of Education. I have another commitment at 8 o'clock that I would hope to get to. I would say sunny weather.
I'm Lisa Dameron, I'm ELD at the Salt Middle School. I don't have any time constraints. I would love to get to bed by 9. Yeah, probably some.
I'm Jacob Wallace, I'm a teacher at Palm Springs Elementary School. I'm partly sunny. I also think mine is a good time to go to school.
Hi, I'm Alicia Grimes. I'm a science teacher at Roaringford High School. Weather, I would say considering some events that's transpired before this, maybe like thunder snow, like radical things happening. And then I guess as far as time constraints, I could stay past 8, but I don't think you're gonna like what you see.
I'm Stephanie Must, I teach kinder at Sopris. I have to pop out to get the high schooler out to her dad when he shows up here. I would like to be in bed no later than 9 because I have a parent meeting at 7 a.m. tomorrow morning. And so I think I'm a little foggy at the moment.
I'm Anna Asher, I'm at Riverview. I have no time constraints, but I like the 9 o'clock bedtime idea. The weather is gloomy, but not in like a negative way. I'm like, this is really calm right now. And I've been like the calmest I've been since being back with my class today. Just calm, yeah, which was the first. Just.
Good, all right. Ravanya Flynn, Chief of Human Resources. Sunny weather. I'm happy with what the morning and events and the advances that we made. And I'm gonna carry that forward, that momentum. So no time constraints. My usual bedtime is with my 2nd grader at 8. Megan.
Dave Martin, I'm the CFO. And this week's been a little like all weather. Filming, snow flurry, night. And I need to leave.
I'm Heather Wilson, assistant at Coastal River. I don't have any time constraints and I'm feeling overcast.
Rita Sala, teacher, ELD teacher at Carbondale Middle School, and I have no time constraints, and I'm feeling pretty so.
Rob, can you go back?
What are my cues?
Who you are, your metaphorical weather, and if you have any time constraints.
I'm Rob Norville, our CEA president, Institute of Springs High School. I don't sleep anymore, so no time constraints, I guess. And hailstorm.
Wait,
I'm not gonna explain.
I'm not gonna ask.
Okay, so based on how we've done these meetings in the past, what we will, I think what we should probably try and do tonight is end by 7, because it sounds like a lot of people need to leave by then. But we do need to do the work, so we'll try our best to get that done. And generally what we do is our different groups will just present what it is that they've been talking about and whatever decisions they've come to so far, and then we will have discussion around that to help those groups continue to frame and complete their work. And we do need to keep meeting notes, and I'm just like, I'm wondering who owns that, because I can't write anything in there. There's a folder called meeting notes.
I have the one that Autumn and started on the very first day. It's 11/28/12/14 IBB initial meetings that I was just going to at the bottom. And
Okay,
everybody has ownership in that. Do you want me to
Okay,
reshare it with you?
that's fine. Can you change the title?
Yes,
So it's just like check-in meeting or whatever.
yeah, you got it.
Quick housekeeping item, dinner will be here sometime around 5. And there is a meeting going on in the Colorado room at 6, so we definitely need to go out, have our dinner. Probably come back, so we use that dinner, not anyone. Can I ask what for dinner? La Fogata. Oh, perfect.
And just based on the work that we usually do in the check-in meeting, like this is a great time to bring up concerns and to just provide any feedback, but it's I think it's always important to remember that the subgroups have done a lot of like work on their own, and we don't want to redo their work. But if we have like concerns about something that would prevent us from supporting whatever they have so far, or if there are questions that they need our guidance on, we definitely want to provide those things. But we just wanted, I think, to make the meeting run fairly smoothly, we want to try and avoid like rehashing all the little things. But at the same time, feel free to ask questions. The balance, it seems solid.
Can I ask a question? Do you think we should do a working dinner if we have such a short time frame to get everything done? Is that okay? Yes, good.
I just give like 10 minutes to get food and come
Yeah,
back in
yeah,
and get
that's
settled.
So you guys are taking notes,
Yeah,
and it's down at the very bottom.
yeah.
Did you say we should have a new document called midpoint check?
I changed the title to 11/28 and 12/14 and mid-check IBB. Yes. That way we have all the dates in there too.
My title doesn't reflect that.
Yeah, there is mine.
There it goes.
Oh, there it is.
But anybody else who wants to help Nina and I take notes is more than welcome to jump right in.
We have $2.5. Yeah. I'm sure.
Well, a little one, right? Oh, yeah, for 10 minutes, for yeah.
Lasers, you got 4 loops. There's not a teacher.
20 minutes per group.
35.
We want
And that
like
gets
close out
like-
time, so maybe it's like 30.
30 minutes per group.
Yeah,
And like 10 for dinner, 10, 15 for closeout and stuff.
okay.
Yeah. Sure. So, cool.
Megan, I think it's.
Is there a volunteer group to start?
Meeting notes, yeah. Meeting notes, okay. I need to hear the phone first, what she's like. Sure. Megan, I shared it directly.
Oh, I have it. He's having trouble finding it.
That's just Stacy. And I left.
Grant, do you want me to just show you share it so we'll pop up in your email? Okay, I can do that.
I know. I swear, I grabbed it. Maybe we're gonna see it. Maybe see it for 5 minutes.
Right now.
I don't know.
Do you guys wanna do 5 minutes to organize as a group, or do you just wanna get them?
I think it's first.
Maybe we should decide who's gonna go first. What are? Yeah, what are our groups?
We
So
have
we've got money,
time,
Benefits or PTO?
It was salary, scope, special education, teacher time. Oh, yeah, where is that?
that's a separate one, Mulvey's. Yeah.
Okay, our subcommittee notes?
I don't think scopes met at all, have they?
no, we have not.
So I don't
So
think
where's
that
our
that's
filter?
gonna have anything to report out.
Do you just need the notes that we use on Thursday? Or? I'm gonna make us a folder. And then you.
So is there any group who feels like they'd like to go first or last? Or if they make care where they go?
Time can go first if you just want us to get that done, since we shared that already, for you guys to review.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay, and then. Yeah. Who wants to go next?
We can go next, PTO.
Health and health. Term benefits.
We changed it to PTO.
Yeah.
More appropriate.
Our slideshows.
Yep, it's down there, it's perfect, on the folder, right? Yeah. The one on the folder, you're right, beautiful.
Fred, wanna go third or money?
Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
it's third.
Okay, money's third. That's fourth.
Yeah.
Let me know when you're
I
ready,
think
I'll advance the.
I think we're ready. So, these were our 4 charges: update the time agreements, update the time appeals process, review additional duties, salary schedule, and ERWs. How do we make those more meaningful? Those are both links that we sent you guys to review. So I feel like we could go ahead and go to slide 5, which are the questions we have for you guys. So we've heard a couple different things about additional duties working in buildings. We've heard some schools have already run out of money, and we're curious like if that's happening consistently or if it's a one-off. And if it is happening consistently, what are schools doing to handle that would be our first question. Okay. And do you have any ideas on that, Nathan?
Can I actually just
Sure.
clarify for the group? When we're talking about ran out of money, it is a combination of, like, what we're trying to do is actually clarify, like, when you mean that, do you mean you budgeted out already? I told the 12 principals of the schools, how is it working? And the consensus was all leaders are finding the stipends useful. Some have come up with efficient ways of tracking them. Cause it's just newer, so it's like, how are you making sure you keep track of all the stuff and submitting your forms and all that? 6 leaders didn't think they would spend it all down before the end of the year, but we'll get really close. 5 leaders anticipate running out before the end of the year, but have enough discretionary funds to cover the rest. And then 1 leader said they ran out earlier this year, but dipped into the rollover discretionary funds, and we actually spent some time today clarify with the leader, is it budgeted out? And one of the things we budgeted out versus paid out already. And so just, I think it's getting to clarity on which of these stipends are coming from your school funds already before you get to the additional, sorry, what was it called? The additional duty stipend discretion. I think, so I think the short answer is there's been, my understanding is that there's been enough money to cover the things that have to be covered, and those that are not are covered through the discretionary funds that the schools have budgeted.
I think we're concerned about stipends that have traditionally not been paid out of those funds, though, that being paid out of those funds next year, but not being able to cover. What we were able to cover. But there. Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
So, maybe Stacey can update that in our meeting notes then.
I did.
Okay, thank you. We were curious where the spike committee had come up with, you guys were talking about, one of your charges was like the amount of time teachers were doing IBBs and things like that. And somehow that also falls on us, so we didn't know really where to go with it until we had a conversation with you guys and where you're at with it. So if that's gonna come up in your presentation, we can just pause on that question. Is that okay, guys? Okay. We have a question about duty-free lunches. Is there a school that is successful at this, and what are some suggestions to help move towards duty-free lunches?
Did you guys talk about what a duty-free lunch is? Like, did you define it?
We said, other than walking them, like in the elementary, other than walking them to the cafeteria, picking them up from wherever they need to be picked up from. They would not be asked to do meetings, they would not be asked to do recess duty and lunch duty. They would be alone for that chunk of time.
What is the chunk of time?
We did not define that, so if that's something we need to look at. I think we wanted to come up with that idea if we could accomplish it first, and then what would be a reasonable amount of time if we could accomplish it at all.
30 minutes.
30 minutes would be.
I can tell you at Riverview, we don't have lunch duties, and I think the way that we're accomplishing that is through eras, maybe having lunch duties. I'd have to check with Adam on exactly on the schedule. And our interventionists have recess duty. I know my interventionists do that.
So that time, right, you have, your kids are at lunch and recess with no duties.
Without me, yeah, I do not have
And what was the total time for that for you?
30 minutes a day.
So you're asking about just gen ed teachers?
In general. In general. Schools.
So like at Crystal River, Amy and Kendall do the cafeteria duty, our admin does, so no teacher does a lunch duty. But, and generally, gen ed teachers do morning recess duty, and then the afternoon recess
good to hear
is
from
done
you.
by interventionists or SPED teachers or ELD teachers, someone that's not a gen ed teacher. For grade level second recess,
It's like a recession lunch recess, or is that?
mostly, yeah.
Are they getting like this interventionists who are doing the recess duty? Do they get duty free lunch?
Yes, oh yeah, like they get a lunch break, yes, although I think with some of them, I know one ELD teacher who says she has like 25 minutes, so that's not 30 minutes. And it's cut into by it taking a long time to get her kids down from upstairs. Structures.
South High School, you like pick your duties. So if you were to choose a time that isn't lunch, you would have duty-free lunches, but there are teachers who definitely have a duty once a week at lunch. The max would be once a week at lunch. But you could pick after school or before school. you didn't want to have your lunch impacted.
If you have lunch, how long is lunch and outside?
It depends. I think. It's not 30 minutes if you have a lunch meeting. You don't have 30 minutes enough. You're technically on for 15.
25 minutes if you're duty.
Last year, this was like the first half of lunch.
Right, but it's.
That's all right.
I think we have a 49-minute lunch block and it's like 15 minutes.
I thought it was 20 minutes, but also.
I don't oversee that.
Matt, can you clarify for me with the notes, max is once a week, max, like you only have one duty a week?
One duty a week unless you're like covering for someone
Okay,
else.
cool.
And you pick the
Whichever,
time.
okay. I just want to make sure
Yeah.
that's that right.
Roaring Fork High School, we do have duty, but and it comes around, I think, like once a quarter, so like 4 times a year. And, they split it in half, so like half of the lunch is one person and the other half is somebody else, so. I would say like duty free for us during that time is 20 minutes, I think. But that only happens once, quarter. So the rest of the time is.
One day, once a quarter.
Yeah, no, it's a week, so that it's like on a color day, so like either blue days, which, you know, might happen Tuesday, Thursday, or full days might happen Tuesday. It just depends on. If you're lucky, you might get a 4-day week and then you only have 2 days that you have to do it.
Salt Elementary is, I think we're way behind you all. Seems like
High schools.
we pick up, so classroom teachers have less duty than interventionists. Our interventionists do all the morning and afternoon duties and are like, anybody who's not a classroom teacher does morning and afternoon duties. And then our counselor does like lots of lunch duties. In the classroom teachers, we each pick 3, I think each grade level picks 3 a week. So that could be morning recess, it could be cafeteria duty, or it could be afternoon recess. I get to, personally, I would, you know, like on my team, I get 2 a week where I have. If am I counting the kids transitioning or not?
Well, if you're not alone.
If I'm not alone, so I probably have 2 30-minute ones a week. Of the transitions, I'm probably adding 10 minutes. And then on the other days, it's about 10 minutes.
10-minute lunch.
Yeah. And usually I'm eating it as I'm walking the kids to recess or a cafeteria.
So yeah, so for us, we're closer to you. Grade level duties have to do their morning duty, so that's 5 days a week. At 20 minutes, and then we have to do 2 to 3 lunches a week at 20 minutes. We don't, our specials team does the before school, and then we're responsible for our own classes after school.
We also have the pickup duty too.
EMS has 2 20-minute lunch or recess duties a week, and classroom teachers are not on morning duty.
We're similar to the South Middle School, so each teacher has to do 2 duties, which is lunch and recess, and it's 20 minutes each. And then the specialist teachers are doing the before school and then after school.
Can you repeat what the teachers do?
Teachers have 2 duties a week for lunch and recess, and it's 20 minutes each. So when you're on duty, you're eating out there. Okay.
GFPS.
Or no
Yeah.
lunch at all?
So
We do the whole,
we're doing, no, so it's like each time it's 20 minutes.
okay, but then you also have some time free.
It's with a 30-minute lunch, so they give us the 10 minutes,
Okay,
and then you have to get there and then take the kids out.
Okay.
That makes sense.
so you really don't have any time. 10 minutes.
I mean, 10 minutes, and then you go to the bathroom and warm up your food.
Yeah.
And then there's all these teachers trying to warm up their
Totally.
food, and we're like, who's on duty? like get your stuff out. So
So
that's it.
BMS, we give them 20 minutes. So like they're either on for
Oh.
the first 20 or they're off.
That's what I was.
Oh, so you have 40-minute lunches,
We have
or we
40.
have 30-minute lunches, lunch and recess.
GSCS is similar where every day I either have a lunch or a recess duty every day, but they're only 20 minutes, so. I don't have 20 minutes. But that's not consistent, that's for classroom teachers. Special teachers or language teachers might have, or do have extra duties than classroom teachers. And they often don't have duty-free lunch at all.
So it seems like, we kind of got off the topic of the question, which was, is there a school that's successful in this? And it seems like there may be some examples of schools that are successful. And maybe we're judging success by comparing the grass in each other's yard to see how green it is. But I hear some that have significantly more, it seems like, than others, and I'm just wondering how do they do that? That might be the question.
Well, if we're saying 30 minutes is what we're aiming for, Riverview seems to be the one doing it. And Nina is saying that paras and interventionists cover those. So that helps the classroom teacher, but interventionists are still certified staff themselves, so. I wonder if there's a time that they get a 30-minute lunch that we don't know about. That would be my question.
I think talking to Adam would be a good idea.
Did you get to get that to us? Okay.
At CMS, we have like one para, so that it depends on each school and how many pairs and interventionists there are. So we only have one at CMS.
Sounds like also the length of the lunch period might determine whether you get 10 minutes or 20 minutes.
Yeah, so I guess my wondering is for your group moving forward. Because every level is so different. That level of schools are different. Is your group tasked with figuring out how each school is gonna do this, or do we just need to come to agreement that 30 minutes is a reasonable minimum that every certified staff should get for lunch? Does this group have to tell each building how they're gonna do that, or do we just say every certified staff needs to get this amount of time?
I think that's an excellent question.
And it would just be easier with like some buildings, and some buildings it would be harder.
Right, and I just threw out 30 minutes because if you go to any profession other than this one, I'm kind of sitting here thinking, how did our profession get this way that people can't even have 30 minutes to eat? Because if that happened in any other job out there, that's federal labor law.
Well, yeah, don't we fall under?
So now we're not.
I think one of the things that was helpful in this discussion was really where do we stand currently to help inform what would be the considerations we have.
I had a question. I did check ours, so we have 48 and 49-minute lunches. And this one here, not, and our teachers are 15 minutes, so I think we're within the 30 minutes. Everybody else 10 minutes. It is a big school, so getting places could, there's some travel time. Is it, what do teachers prefer to meet at lunch? Like they're not requiring. So at GSHS, my understanding is a lot of teachers really don't like to eat after school, so we have the 2-hour time after school. But we have a lot of people with childcare and they don't want to have like. Let's say we have a quarterly EP teacher meeting. So my understanding is that has been moved to lunches and we provide lunches because it's a teacher's preference. Would this then dictate that would not be able to happen?
That's a great question. You can bring that to the team and talk to her.
Teacher agree to that?
I'm not sure because it's like prior.
Asking, I was just told to have a meeting at lunch.
So that's, yeah, so that's what, I was told when I came to Glenwood that the teachers at Glenwood High School do not like after school meetings, they will not meet after school, so we do lunch. Like, that is what I was told as, and I'm getting, it's very comparative speak to everyone else. So I'm just curious how that plays out.
Well, I think that's something for our team to take back and talk through and then come back to the next meeting.
So then is it the consensus of the people that would include? Or like we meet with new staff, right, once a month to do like culture building stuff and we provide them lunch, but that's a lunch and they all get together.
I also think that it's saying duty, like lunch duties.
But I
You're
heard at the
watching-
beginning meeting,
Okay,
yeah,
okay, okay, I just wanted to clarify that. I thought it was just time with students.
I think it's.
do you have meetings at lunch sometimes?
Okay. I think our team needs to talk it through. I think these are why we brought the question this forward. Because that would be a question that would come up on the last day. We wouldn't have a conversation.
Yeah.
Time to do, so I think it's great for us to go back with our team and then have this conversation about what that could or should, and then we present it at the final meeting.
In the Salt High School, we do our BLTs every other week during like Monday at lunch. And that was a decision by the BLT team that we would rather have then because it gave us a hard stop time instead of after school till like 7 p.m. So those teachers opted in. We don't get lunch provided, but we were eating, but in a meeting. But it was
A working,
yeah. And that was voted on and preferred by the staff and not BHS.
So like there's some, maybe in our group, you talk through what are the parameters with like options for building level BLT discussion. Flexibility.
Stephanie, is there somebody from CMS in your group? Because it seems like if their time is only 30 minutes and if they don't have aides, like what is their option?
Well, I think what Rob just said is what our team needs to talk about. If our team's decision or our team's job is only to come up with the time, then it's building principals and BLTs that have to figure out how it's gonna happen. And that's one of the conversations our team will have to have a conversation about.
as I also wonder about an unintended consequence possibly, like if Grace has 2 duties a week that are 20 minutes and now they need a 30-minute lunch, is she can have 5 days a week that are 10 minutes, and is that really an improvement?
Right.
And like you
It
have
would not be.
3 people switching off so that everybody still has time, like that also seems problematic.
Yeah.
Like if it inadvertently actually creates
Like, well,
more.
maybe there's something like pressure test with any kind of solution, say like, how does this sound in the situation? So I think those considerations are, yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah,
The only
yeah,
thing
we
is
can-
not probably.
And I, you know, if we would tell my principal, this is what's happening and there's no one to do it. It's like, it would be really hard to come up with a good solution.
Okay, moving on to our last question for you guys. In the time agreement, there is a word of an average of 45 minutes of uninterrupted personal plan time. We have some buildings that are really. What, Miles? Creative with how that 45-minute slopes. It's calculated. And there's a conversation about removing it and having. Teachers will have a 45-minute uninterrupted time every day. At least a minimum.
What you want us to discuss?
Well, yeah, because
What is your question to us?
Yeah, this is a good.
We do wanted feedback.
we want feedback on how you guys feel about that, because we're hearing teachers feel one way, admin feels another way, and so we're not getting anywhere in our group on that work.
Can you summarize how those sides feel?
Well, principals feel like they have meetings they have to have with us that take away our personal plan time. And then they'll give us random extra time at different points. So when you average it all together, like a week together or 2 weeks together, yes, it was 45 minutes, but there are days where teachers don't have that 45 minutes because their personal plan is taken away. And they're feeling like they can't do their job because they can't even get 45 minutes. And God forbid it's also a day you don't get duty-free lunch.
Mhm.
They get no break all day and they're exhausted and feeling like they cannot be ready for their next class or whatever, so that's the two sides.
There is a line in the current or the most recent version of that time agreements that outline if a meeting such as coaching or collaborative team time is needed during the principal plan time, the meeting must be mutually agreed upon and the teacher has the right to say no.
Teachers don't feel like they do.
Yeah.
They absolutely don't feel like they have the right to say no, and when their data meetings with the whole team and the principal walks in and says, we want data, this is what we're doing. They don't feel strong enough to say no, and then we have had the time agreements conversations with some principals. And they'll put out the spreadsheet of like, well, if we average out 2 weeks, they got 45 minutes every day, but they just didn't really get it every day.
I wonder if your group has done much to talk about like the. Like, have you discussed the importance or the reason that we're plan time, or is that just like a given? Why it's important?
I think we tried to discuss it, but it would be helpful, I think, to have a discussion with everybody of why is that plan time important?
I think there's also the importance of uninterrupted versus just plan time, but it's really hard, like you're saying, you have 10 minutes, but like, what do you actually do in those 10 minutes? Go to the bathroom, just get your things ready, you know, like if you have a 10-minute here, 10-minute there, 10-minute there, so you have 30 minutes in a day, but it's in 10 minutes chunks. That's probably just like bathroom, fill up water, maybe like check emails and your time's gone. Whereas if you have like a 30-minute chunk all at once, you can sit down and start grading through the papers and like get something kind of more tangible done. So I like that piece of uninterrupted.
And even if we're considering like, it only happens once a week, and then we're making up for that time. I have a plan for every plan of what I'm trying to accomplish. And not only am I trying to grade papers on Mondays, and then review student data on Tuesdays, and then on Thursdays, I'm looking at my next steps for the next week, and then Fridays, I'm writing letters home to parents, I'm trying to have that parent communication, like, I have something I wanna do every day. One of those gets taken away, and now I'm behind. And then on top of all that, my students didn't get and understand the lesson from the day. Now I have to go and redo my lesson plan for the next day. And that's now on my own time. That's now that afternoon, that evening, that I'm scrambling to print off new worksheets, to create new worksheets, to make sure that my students have what they need the next day. So even though I have an average, that time per day is important because I utilize each minute based on the needs of my students and also to maintain my own organization throughout the week.
I think our group appreciated that time to the professional, good teacher will reflect on their lessons and make improvements. And we appreciate that, and I'll speak for my thoughts on it, that value that, but I also see the value in having an option of, if we want to do some real deep planning together as a team, where it does take more than 45 minutes, I'd like to still have that option available. If, and I think maybe, and we hinted at this, this is something that could be run through the VLT, where VLTs make a plan that people can agree on.
This is all trash.
Now, whether VLTs are rigorous enough, I think that's a separate discussion, but from my perspective, I'd like to keep that option. Building to happen.
My only pushback on that is I know that 45 minutes isn't enough to like do those big planning. And in my brain, and this is just personally how I feel about planning, it's 45 minutes. I can't plan enough for that, and I want an hour and a half. or I want 2 hours with my teammate for us to like really dig in. And I think that time, and I know that that time's hard to find, and I also agree that I would really want that time and value that time. And I don't know where to find it, but I think if we could get a bigger chunk of time instead of taking our plan times, that would be more beneficial.
And to your point, we have a couple buildings that 1 day a week, well, 1 day every third week, get an hour and a half of that kind of plan. But those teachers that express, it has to go, you have to sit and fill out this paperwork, and you have to talk through this, and you have to talk, it's not actually planning, it's filling out this one, and this one, and this one, and this one, and they have to plan with the plan. And so they're like, I just have more work to do, and you go these 1.5 hour plannings. It's not like I sit in with my teachers and like, let's hit the ground running, and let's get going. It's very scripted and very directed and very not feeling like a professional interested in doing their jobs, so.
Is that a trend from, sorry, from schools that have that? I'm trying to remember which schools do that.
GSES.
Yeah, Crystal River does. River does.
At one time, GSES had a whole Wednesday, didn't they? Of her looking at data.
Oh,
And so you guys still do that?
Can you clarify the hours?
Oh, so, the units coming up, you have to take the assessment as a teacher, you have to see how you score, you have to write down everything that's gonna make your kid fail. And then you have to talk through the curriculum and what language should you be using, what language should you not be using, that kind of stuff, but where you have to write it all down. It's not a fluid conversation, it's not a, it's, and you have to turn it in. Those kind of things, that's what we're hearing from those schools that have, that it's their planning, it's so structured and so that by the time that admin walks out or instructional coaches walk out. And the teachers actually start talking, then they actually get some work done and it's time to stop. Good.
One question to ask, go from a CMS point of view, because that's what I understand, but the classes are 60 minutes a day. And so if they're having to have a 45-minute time reserved daily, that would give it at most 18 minutes where anybody could come in and do something with the whole group at any point. And so basically that like eliminates any chance of like student talks or anything that happens at every level, where it would come from at that time to do that type of activity.
well,
Because it would be a maximum of 18 minutes of, and that would be getting everybody together and started and finishing. Having that amount of time.
I don't see what you're saying about the 18 minutes.
Or if
I
you're
understand
saying that you have to have a
60
45-minute protected time daily. And your class periods are 63 minutes. So if any time you were wanting to do something in your week of, like, what an example I can think, I know like CMS, there was a student talk time, we talked about with classroom students. Does that happen before school? Does that happen after school, or does that not happen because it's not feasible to think it's happened in 18 minutes?
Like, we're doing it after school.
So it's
There's no way that we can do that.
So Chris, you're doing your team meetings after school?
Yeah. We do 2 meetings once a week after school.
I mean, sometimes I'll just say like it's built into schedule. Like for us, for Roaring Fork High School, kids walk out at 3:30. We contractually are required to stay till 4. So potentially you can make that a meeting time if you need to. Like we do oftentimes with like building leadership, we have a culture club, we have like department planning time. And so, yeah, I mean, and we do have the 2 additional hours. I know that comes up in your later slides, but per month.
I think it goes back to Rob's previous question about doing free lunches, like, if we make the agreement that average is coming out. Then I don't think it's this team's responsibility to figure out how every building is doing it. That goes to a BLT to figure out how to do it, that goes to principals to figure out how to do it. I know GICS at one point had 2 planning periods a day, one that was team and one that was personal, so. There are ways it can be done, it's just, I think this team has to decide if that word average is gonna stay or not. We just wanted some feedback on where the temperature was on that work.
Housekeeping item, it's been 30 minutes on this topic and dinner is out. Up to us if we decide to keep on going or take a little pause.
I would like to, I don't understand, I guess I think it sounds to me like there's an understanding that individual plan time is important and that it should be happening daily. Is that word right? I don't know. But I don't understand where when that doesn't or wouldn't work. Can you help me understand why that wouldn't work?
Well, in some buildings, one day that personal plan time is taken away for data dating. And then in the buildings that are having an hour and a half on Wednesdays, that's where they're saying they got their 45 minutes. Because every third Wednesday, they got an hour and a half of planning, and if you average the whole month together, it comes out to 45.
So for example, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday in this building. They have,
Tuesday, they don't have personal planning, they have data dating.
so Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, they would have a 45-minute personal plan time, but on Tuesday, they would meet with. It's not directed by the teacher.
Right.
Okay, first, so then, and that would happen 3 weeks. Except for in one of those weeks, instead of having a 45-minute plan time on a Wednesday, they would have an hour and a half plan time. But that doesn't average out to 45 minutes. Even that doesn't average out to 45.
45 minutes, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And I think we should keep inside the idea, we're not looking for free time. We're looking for time to create lessons to help our students get better. And I know that other meetings are important. But if we walk, we're all educators. Is there a worse feeling in the world than walking into a classroom and standing in front of your kids unprepared for your lesson that day? That's what we're advocating for.
And I think like to have a good lesson, like I have like my minute doing this, so that's like cut, I have to laminate. There's like so many things that I have to do. I'm looking at the data from the day before they're writing. I'm putting them in groups. I'm doing all this stuff and it takes so much time. If I have a solid lesson, if I have my manipulatives, I have everything going on, my behavior management is gonna be awesome. You know, like there's no things like really acting up. But if you don't have a good lesson, and that's where behavior management comes into play. And then kids are being sent to the office, and then there's more work on admin, on the dean of culture, and planning is really important. If we want these kids to move up.
I mean, 45 minutes is not enough as it is. I don't think it's too much to ask for, to take out the word average and for it to be 45 minutes daily. And to take into consideration that 2 hours that we have. And take into consideration if you are using up those 2 hours with IEP meetings, for example. You get paid for those IEP meetings. And this additional meeting time that needs to happen comes from that 2 hours.
I would push back and say, what if, and I agree with what you're saying, but what if there was a building that said, I can manage it, I can figure out a way to be ready, prepared for my lessons every day, while still trading off to have a bigger, deeper chunk. Every other Wednesday or something like that.
And I would say schools that are committed to that will find a time for those meetings. GSHS, we have built into our schedule time where we can team plan. We're not really team planning, but we're looking at student work. We're trying to figure out what can we do to move these kids from here to there. And we're talking about it as a team. And that's time that our administrators have thought important enough to find a way to make happen.
I think it's just the scheduling challenge of the elementary to the high school.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah, no, I know, and I think, all right, I think what it would be helpful to clarify is it more like. I think we agree on interest, and everyone think they're prepared, ready, and have the time to do it, right? No one wants to walk in. And I think the other thing I'm hearing is. Whether the periods are longer than 45 minutes and like a teacher has a prep during a specials time, which is gonna be 63 minutes or however long that is. The other things that are challenging and there are things that are hard to get done in less time and you have very little done, should be time, just like have to be like get into the playing time. I agree, I don't think it's this group's role to say this is how every single building is going to do it. But I think it is important for this group to understand together what are the things that are challenging when there is, when there isn't, the daily consecutive versus average.
Do you think you have enough information from us at this point to take it back to your group and keep talking, or is there something else that you guys would like to know? House, people?
Jacob, would you send your daily schedule to us?
Yep.
And just one more thing, I don't think this is typically an issue at the high school level. Except for when teachers have to, which is not often, but if the teacher's asked to cover for another teacher, then it definitely is. And then like the average word would cover that, because most teachers have 74 minutes a day, that they would never be asked to cover more than one thing a week. But otherwise, I don't the conflict people are asked to do things fairly, I think, very aware of it.
And that's also time you're at least compensated.
But then it's time you're paid for, yeah. So I didn't know if it was in conflict with another agreement about paying people for classes or not.
If we do change it, if we take out average, and there is a team that doesn't want to meet longer after school for a team meeting, can they agree to meet during their plan time and give up the 45 minutes of individual plan times?
It's in the policy right now.
Yeah.
They can,
Maybe it's like the right to say no and offer an alternative or something.
I just have a concern about like, if we say that, you know, I think teams should definitely be able to make those decisions if they want to. And I just want those teams to feel like they are empowered to make a decision that they feel is right and not feel like they are doing so because somebody else is telling them to. And that can be difficult because maybe your teammate is like, I can't meet after school because I have to go with my kid, or you know, maybe it's maybe the BLT is saying something, and I know this is not a BLT discussion, but like, if these decisions were to get made in BLT, like, what could we do in the language of this to make sure that people, or in the rollout of this or whatever, to just make sure people know as much about like what they should have and their, I guess, rights, or I don't know if that's the right word.
Currently, if as an individual has a right to say no or something along those lines, to me, that would mean BLT couldn't make this decision. It would mean that Grant, for sake of argument, goes to second grade and says, do you want team planning during your planning or after school? And you as a second grade team have to each make that decision. It shouldn't be coming from BLT. If we're saying.
Maybe it's we say the individual or the team, if it's the relevant. I'll put a comment just as a note.
Yeah.
But, and I just wanna say, I don't think that all teachers in all schools feel like they have the ability to, like, maybe they don't understand their BLT well enough. Maybe they're a new teacher, or maybe they've been there for a long time and they don't, whatever. They just don't feel like that is a good structure, or that they're not empowered enough through that. And so I guess I'd want to make sure that the language in this somehow address that or don't pitch that.
The next slide is questions that were brought back to us by IBB members. The first one is It says contractual duties not included in the 2 hours, and those are the 5 things that are, but they're not included, but the title is contractual duties. The only thing that is in our contract that states that we have to be there outside of our regular contract are conferences. So why do A, C, D, and E then fall within contractual duties?
Great question. Who's on the? I don't know.
This has been there forever. I pulled up
No, I know, I.
future, like
It's
previous ones.
I guess my question about that would be, what buildings are not able to, with the exception of special ed meetings, which we know is being dealt with the sped team, or hopefully they're talking about that. Like what buildings are not able to get literacy night, math night, back to school night, MTSS, like who can't get that in 2 hours? Cause like we do a good job of getting that in 2 hours. Are there buildings that don't and feel like they can't? And if that is an issue, then I guess I would at that point go, okay, now why is this building not able to do that? But if most of the buildings are able, or most or all the buildings can get it in the 2 hours, then why not move that out of that, those things out of that section and say that they should be included in 2 hours?
I hear this as, it's not that the 2 hours is the limitation, it's that other things would make up that 2 hours. So if this took the place of the 2 hours, then there's no room for administrators to ask for anything else during those event times. Do you see what I'm saying? I think that that's maybe what you, it seems like maybe we're talking about different things here.
We were talking more about what Meg was saying, like, why are we not just bumping these to the 2 hours? And then again, it's up to a building to be responsible for how they use those 2 hours.
I'm just wondering if the 2 hours though, then like certain buildings have this happening where it would add up to more 2 hours, like in addition to other things that are being asked.
I think the Title I literacy night, math night, back to school night, they wouldn't happen all in the same month.
Right.
And I think conferences don't happen in the same month.
Well, conferences should say that they're in our contract,
Yeah.
the A, C, D, and E.
But what I
are-
guess, right, and it's 2 hours total per month, right, because these are spread out.
Yeah, and I mean, back to school night is like an hour.
Yeah.
I mean,
How much do staff meetings take of those 2 hours?
but the staff meeting, so this was originally put in here because when we went to the early release Wednesdays, we said that staff could stay until, it was at that time saying 4:15, and so 3:45 to 4:15 is a half hour. And if there are 4 of those in a month, that adds up to 2 hours, and that's why the 2 hours was originally put in here. And then,
That's helpful to know.
yeah, so. Most buildings have been good, like over time, if they have always gone till 4:15. They've just been like, well, I can't do those other things, or they know that they have to let their teachers go. Like let them go at 3:45 that day, 2 days this month so that you can have the back to school night. Like the half an hour extra is not so incredibly important for all of those things every single week and every single month, that there's not flexibility to like. Let's shorten ERW by some time so that we can have math night this month or something like that. I think, like that seems to be very doable. At least from my perspective and my history at my school, I think that's always been something that's been doable. And that's why I wonder, are there schools that are not able to do that or feel like they can't do that? And then that would be maybe more discussion, but if most people can do it, then why not put it in the 2 hours?
Well, and to cover both of you, and back to Rob, if we decide we're moving it, then it's up to the building to figure out how. So our conversation is, do we move it? And if so, then buildings have to, like you say, cut the ERWs short or whatever, figure it out. Not do 4 nights in 1 month, but I don't think it's our place to say every building has to do it the same, and if a building's struggling with it. If we say this is what we're doing, then it's their job to go to Stacy and Anna and say, help us figure out how to be more time conscious.
I foresee MTSS going over the 2 hours potentially. I mean, I don't know how all schools do it. I also don't know how much that would impact teachers versus like counselors, admin, interventionists. So that might be flexibility, but I do know like that is something that can cut into planning time. And it currently what's happening at VHS, the frequency of it would be more than 2 hours a month, but again, it doesn't impact every teacher, so I don't know like that nuance. But that does seem like a bigger time commitment, one of those options. And obviously IPs, but we're gonna talk about that, so.
Okay, so moving on, if you've gone past the 2 hours, we've come up with a mechanism for the monetary compensation. But one of the other options is time compensation. And do we have any schools that are doing that? What's the mechanism for providing time? Is that even really a thing that principals can do? Or is that something that should just be removed from the document?
But didn't Megan just say there's flexibility to say, we're gonna release you early on your W3, whatever.
No. That's if you go over 2 hours. What I was saying is you could stay under the 2 hours by shortening one thing up so that you can have time for another, but this is saying. So then now maybe you did all 4 ERWs went to 4:15 and then you had a back to school night that month and you're an hour over. So I think she's asking who is able, has anybody been able to compensate teachers using time?
Yeah.
For that, and how does that look? But also, I guess monetary, you have to pull out of the additional funds,
Yeah.
right, to do that. I think there's probably a real disincentive to go over 2 hours.
If you're gonna have to.
If you're gonna have to compensate people by one of those methods, and how else would you compensate them, I guess?
So does anybody know of anybody who's using time compensation?
When we have our back to school night. We still think it falls within the 2 hours, but we usually have it on a Wednesday, and so we don't require the teachers to do anything on an early release, and they come back in the evening. But it just feels fine, I don't know, the word trading, it doesn't feel like trading, it just feels like people need some time before they do. But I still think we're within the 2 hours.
I think sometimes to answer your question, because they are certified, but I know nobody in this room are these two. Sometimes I think counselors do this. Where they trade out time. Like I put in
That's true.
this long for like scholarship night or whatever, and then it will just show up on their schedule that they don't come into the building that day until like 9 or something. So I think they are somebody who is using the time compensation, so that might be at least at the high school level.
Is this like, for conferences, you might have only a half day of that full day of no school. With conferences, but then the rest. Sorry, I'm trying to go here. Just trying to find examples of like the time.
I don't think conferences, because you've made your 3 hours that you were supposed to do. So that's why you get the half day off.
Right.
That's what I think.
There's an example, VHS, they do an award night. For like senior, well, not for the whole school.
Building, yeah.
And it goes, we do our ERWs that month. And we do this award night, which often can go very long.
Yes.
Depending on what teachers are saying, and they've been given directions to have like concise, short little things for each student. But that doesn't always happen, and it can take a very long time, and we are technically required to attend. That's the message we get. Some people don't go. Or leave early after they've like presented, but if you're the last person to present, you can't leave. And so that's an example where. There's no compensation.
It exceeds the 2 hours in that one.
Oh, yeah. And there's no compensation.
And a lot of times they'll put awards in the same month as like baccalaureate.
Yep.
Or in the same, maybe even unfortunately, sometimes it's happened in the same month as graduation.
It does.
Yeah, I was wondering if graduation is one of the things that's required. Is it listed on here?
It's listed
It's gray, that's 100% gray.
I mean, is it listed in the document as a
Yes.
requirement?
Says examples of contractual duties that are included in 2 hours, these duties are outside the contract. Okay.
Those are the only contractual duties. Graduation falls in with the,
Extra
extra 2 hours a month.
Oh,
Well, I would just say for principals that are here, when we have been given time off and to kind of compensate for some of those, it's very well received. You know, so I would argue against taking it up.
Okay, and then lastly, so there's a statement in there that says principal or IBB reps will review the time to appeal protocol with all staff at the start of every year. Is that actually happening in any building?
Yeah.
So that's a conversation of, do we think this is something important that we need to make sure is doing it, it's happening every year? And if so, we need to create some sort of mechanism, so there's a checks and balance every year that this is happening, like we sign off on the.
Child.
Child
We can
protection.
include it in the annual required trainings. Yeah, because
Yeah.
I don't think it's currently on there, but we
We
should.
should put it in,
Yes.
okay, so those are the questions that came back from you guys.
I think that's an easy, thing. We have a wish list. This is.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
Right, yeah.
They
Oh.
just need to add to.
Yeah.
Sorry,
I'm all retired trainer.
The free, like, the week long PD free. Free student, so it's the free student.
That's a bold,
Yeah.
and then just real quick, the last two things, we have not skipped that one. Oh, just saying. We have not really tackled reviewing the additional duty salary schedule. And we have not really gone through how do we make the RWs more meaningful. So those are still really on our plate to tackle in the next 2 weeks.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
It's 5:16.
10 minutes.
We take 10 minutes. Enjoy dinner, bring it over.
We just said that for our, like, we kind of talked about the things that like. Like that, you know what I mean, it's like we tag team it, instead of having like one person present, it'll be like, this one is kind of more Begonia, or this is more Stacy, or this is Lisa, this is more Jacob. Yeah, did we take them here? Maybe I should have been, yeah, I just moved them to I just pushed it out there. Sorry, the slides.
The lights.
Yeah, there you go.
And, yeah. No, I have I see. I would have.
I like where you do that. Yeah, exactly, thank you for that. Yeah, I know. Thank you.
I like to believe that my dad. Yeah, I took it, I was like, I'm really difficult day there was average, so there's, because like kind of like regular walking, like you would really have to. Yeah,
I guess we're not gonna eat, we're gonna work.
No, I'm Good, over go.
Okay, we are the improving employee health and safety and PTO policy. Jacob, me, Alicia, and Stacy.
And Begonia.
And Begonia, sorry. I'll do the introduction and talk a little bit about my part and everything. Begonia, are you, oh, there we are. Yeah, so, these were our interests. Continue looking at the PTO policy, from the language side and also from the implementation side. Looking at how the health insurance is working. And also the implications of the loss of the clinic. I am working, oh, there's a slide for this, but, I am exploring the possibility of refunding, premium, the money that refunding money for people who opt out of the insurance policy. That is still in progress. There are some districts across the state that do this to varying degrees, including Aspen. And the other thing, and I'm still working with Nathan, I'm getting some numbers for that, so that's in progress. The other thing is, we talked about customizing the health insurance a little bit. And it seems like a lot of the problems that people have encountered are with the prescriptions. So you've probably seen the new health corner in the staff newsletter. We're trying to address a lot of those things there. We have solved a lot of problems already, so we're very short. So we are encouraging employees to call the 1-800 number for Think Health and make sure that what they are hearing from their pharmacy is what our policy is supposed to provide. So a number of problems have been solved. We did consider surveying all the employees about what sort of customizations they would like to see, and if they are still seeing increased costs in prescription coverage. And that's one thing we wanted to get your feedback on. Are you still hearing from people that prescriptions that were formerly covered under the old insurance are now either are not covered at all or are not covered as well? And do you think it would be beneficial for us to send out that survey?
And we'll put, I think our last slide is about the survey, so
Okay,
just maybe we put together a couple possible questions we could pose in the survey that we've already discussed. So maybe at that point, just be thinking on types of questions you would like to see in a health insurance survey. So that when we get to that slide, we can input it into the notes or whatever.
And Lisa, if, oh, sorry.
I was just gonna say, we're planting it early, so you have some little time to think about it before we get to that slide.
And I can break those down. If I may add, another of the issues, if you do encounter an issue, often people have not provided their new information to the pharmacy as well. So a lot of those, whenever they're told, oh, the price of this has now tripled, is because that person is receiving the market price, not really the insurance price, because our pharmacists are still trying to run the CDT coverage. They don't have the new information from the employee. So obviously, that's the result of higher pricing when this should not be the case. So, and a note on that also went out on one of the past newsletters. Yeah.
Okay.
Switch gear a little bit.
Yep.
To PTO procedures. We need to spend a lot of time looking at the existing new PTO policy and the language in it. We've heard some feedback that from administrators and supervisors that they would like to have a procedure or a set of standardized procedures for PTO. So we have some ideas. The first one is if X, like on a certain day, X number of PTO requests are granted in order of submission, so. I mean, this could be different in different schools, but on any given day, like 3 are granted in the order that they come in. But that number might change for different schools. And there also that PTO requests are granted based on availability of substitutes, so. A supervisor could, I don't know how, but communicate that they have a certain number of substitute teachers available, so this is the amount of PTO requests that will be granted on that day. But just a formula to make it more consistent, so that both staff and administrators don't feel like they're just maybe choosing favorites, or I don't know. It's just that this is working on, yeah.
Question. So when we thought we were gonna have the PTO process last year, it was so teachers would stop maybe stretching the truth when they were calling in last minute. If we create a formula and a teacher see that they're not gonna hit it, what is preventing from that last minute,
Great
I'm
question.
just gonna call in the morning and say,
We don't know. That's why we're seeking feedback on that. Like, what happens? We still don't know what to do when staff take PTO at their own discretion. The policy says that we're allowed to take it at our own discretion. So they're not breaching the policy language by taking PTO whenever, or like making up a reason, for example. But there's always gonna be, like, for lack of a better term, bad actors that do that or lie about it. Not that they are breaking the rules. Again, you're allowed to take it at discretion, but they know that if they request it, they will be denied. So they say they're sick or something, because we don't have a magic bullet for that.
But I will say, from reviewing the group that did this last year, the subcommittee or whatever, it just feels like the guidance we wanna, I don't know, I want to caution us from overreaching in our guidance, because it seems like everything that in that group like discussed in their notes and stuff was really trying to avoid this like really hard and fast rule of if you miss this day, you're getting punished, black and white or whatever. So I just like in the nature of like us not changing the policy based on the previous groups, you know, I guess like procedures. I don't wanna go.
Yeah, but that goes back to our proposed procedures. It's then administrative supervisors could say, we have, like, there's a more clear reason of why some are accepted or some denied, because it's always this formula. When that, and that, I don't think that exists. Right.
For example.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Something that we're doing at Carbondale Middle School, we have a PTO tracker.
Uh-huh.
So, and a sub rotation. So there's no names or anything, but it'll say like February 20 something, there's like 3 people out, 0 have been filled.
Oh,
So if somebody's like kind of like looking for a day, you're like, oh my, I need a day next week. I need to make appointments. You look at that first. Like we talk about in the teacher's lounge, we're like, okay, what did that say? Oh, there's like a bunch of teachers out. And so I think people are just trying to not really hit hard on a certain day.
That's a cool idea.
So, and it's been, I mean, we still have to cover and we have the sub rotation.
Yeah.
But
Could you share that with me?
I mean, I can share it.
That's
Let me
cool.
see if I,
Yeah, PMS
let
has
me make sure it's like.
Okay.
I think it's.
And I did talk to admin about this at my school, and they said that something that some teachers have been doing that has been working is asking. Like, I need a day next week, what day?
Yeah.
Similar to that, it's just less database, like going to the administrator. What day is the best for me based on coverage, who's out, whatever, what day works the best? And then the admin will, will honor it.
if you're gonna cover this, you can just say that, but I think one of our biggest issues that has come up, and my secretary came to me about it today on Wednesday, is when we created this, if people had stuff sitting in their sick, they reserve sick days forever. They're still classified as sick, and people are being forced to use PTO first. When the original design of this was that we no longer designated personal or sick. Have you talked about how to just take what was old sick days that have emerged and
Yeah.
just call them PTO.
We do have some scenarios in
That
this.
isn't one of those.
No, it isn't.
I thought that was the scenario we talked about a lot,
Yeah, I thought it
Yeah.
was.
where you have a wedding planned in May, but you got COVID in November.
Yeah.
Oh, is that,
And
oh,
how
yeah,
do you
I didn't
do
understand.
PTO first, so then you can't use.
Right,
sick
yeah,
days.
we can go to that slide if you want to.
Yeah.
I've got a question about
Oh,
Yeah.
the formula.
Yeah.
For principals and teachers, like, does it depend on how you've organized your school, like would a formula? Would a blanket formula work, or is you gonna have to do building by
I
building?
think the size of the staff and the number of substitute teachers at each building is different, so you would need a different number.
And then I know what's worked for us as an exec team is basically just, we call them no fly days, and we sit down, periodically and say, here's, you just gotta be here. And
Yeah.
it's, pressing emergency.
Yeah.
Try to cut those out from now in advance.
Go ahead, Mom.
I know part of the discussion around this last year was that the district was going to commit to hiring more subs. Where are we at on that?
It's an ongoing process. It's, we do keep hiring subs, but at the same rate as we hire them, we might also be losing them. So in there, I'm not as concerned on the hiring, but I'm concerned in the retention of subs.
It's usually because they pick up a full-time job somewhere.
Exactly.
I work full-time now, so I don't have the flexibility.
I picked up a few shifts while I just arrived to the valley, and once I got established, I can no longer do that. So although the hiring it's keeping steady and keep adding them at the same rate,
So the numbers are comparable.
the numbers might be comparable. Yes.
Yeah, and that's why I would
Yeah.
have a hard time tying any of these solutions to the availability of subs.
Yep.
Like, because it fluctuates even seasonally, some of the subs are ski instructors. And so they're available part of the year and not other parts of the year. So I would have a hard time supporting a solution in that direction. And then the number of requests granted. That one's tough as well, but maybe a percentage of staff or something.
What do you mean by that? I'm sorry.
I mean, Glenwood Springs High School has 70 teachers and Bridges has 10.
Yeah.
And
So that's why, yeah, we didn't define a number. It would be different at every building.
Right, yeah.
Maybe we actually say something like each building has to. They're like whatever the number or.
Yeah.
Coverage instead of substitute teachers.
Does it make sense to make it district wide rather than building by building?
I meant like just in response to.
Percentage rather than number.
Yeah, big percentage, but I think also the other thing we learned, and maybe it was in this group or the other group, I don't remember, but buildings have different coverage plans. And predictability or consistency, which that could also be something like. You know, have every building have by at least by semester or every semester for the year. A predictable plan. This week you might be on. For coverage.
We do something similar to, not quite to the extent that I think that you guys are doing at the middle schools. But we get a weekly, every day when we get our staff who's out today, we just have a chart of like the day and then who's out and then the sub. And then we can see like, oh, Friday, this person's gonna be out and no sub has picked it up. I might be on contingency, and I do find that really helpful. I don't think that's quite to the extent that you guys are, but there is like something. So
Something predictable.
something predictable, because I think that is really important to know that I might be going on contingency. A, as the teacher who's gonna be gone, my lesson plan is gonna change, and B, then as the teacher who's picking that up, knowing that.
Maybe from what Miles was saying, or just what I heard. Is there anything that we can do district wide to do the same kind of system that's happening, where they have their sub. People taking days off, so you can see are there high days as a district is a load, because you could see it like CMS that. Oh, we're asking for 5 subs that day, but that might not be an issue. district-wide, because there might be 5 subs available, so maybe that could translate to a district-wide tracker, something.
Begonia, do you know how loyal subs are to certain schools? I feel like we have our regulars.
That's also perfectly true. There are subs that, most subs actually will take 1, 2 schools or 1 community. And there is no way I can bring Glenwood people all the way into Basalt. Example, not that that really happens. So most subs actually like to work at 1, 2 buildings. There are very few who do it all or will take any school. Very few. Yeah.
Something like specific classes to, I can guarantee certain things we put in will be put in other ones, which makes it super hard. But not, yeah.
Message to that teacher.
It could be content though. Yeah,
Like,
no, I know my husband has a hard time. He has like a few people that will fill for him, but it won't, it's just like,
They won't bill to someone else.
yeah. It's because he's teaching chemistry, like most people aren't. They're intimidated by chemistry, yeah, or they might be by special ed or something
Or
like
math,
that.
or math.
Math, yeah.
high school math, it's not a popular thing. It's hard to find people who wanna go into high school math.
Okay, well. So do we wanna come up with a formula? Or a procedure, I mean, for,
Yeah, like, is that something that, again, to ask the question that was asked of us with the previous group, is that like our subcommittee's role, in your opinion, for us to be calculating a formula to give the buildings based on like maybe percentage or something, or is this a BLT particular issue? Or even issue for administrators to come to consensus on, so that like at the high school level, all high school administrators are following a similar formula, and middle school all, you know. In other words, is it us to come up with this, or is it back
It'd
to?
be better to come up with more like best practice, like. Principals work with BOTs and they have to post the plan, or however many they know they can have gone each day, reserving some, so they know who are actually sick that day. So if you can handle 5 absences, you might say I can grant 3 PTO refunds, like I don't know 2, because I was 2 days. You have to post it, it has to be widely known
Yeah.
and.
good idea.
And that way, to Rob's point, if you have schools with 70 teachers and
Yeah.
and it's just more of a best practice around providing information. So great.
I fear that's gonna create, and I'm not saying it's bad, I think something needs to be done, but does that create kind of competition, animosity amongst the staff? I don't know.
And what happens if there are no days and somebody still takes a day?
That has been a question.
Put in the
Other
policy to
teachers.
write a thing.
Oh.
You know, we're be treated like professionals, we're expecting everybody to act like professionals. It's like if the day is filled up, and you know what the rules are in advance, like it's. That sucks for me, but I'm still gonna show up. I understand there's probably always mitigating circumstances, but I think that was also part of the discussion.
Do we have any policy that like looks at teachers that are like taking advantage of this policy?
I mean, it's hard to tell if we could, right?
I'm
'Cause-
trying to remember, I think my
So,
last district, we had a policy, because this
Maybe
was
they're
a problem.
maybe
We
they're
had a teacher like taking off Mondays when it snowed 6 inches to go skiing. And they did end up writing a policy, and I can find it for you guys, but it was like. Not punishing the collective, but saying if it's one person who is consistently always doing this and always taking that time off. Then there is some repercussions for that. Back to Nathan's point of like, act like a professional, you'll be treated like a professional. If you're not acting like a professional. Then there's
Gonna be a
gonna be a repercussion. I mean,
Kind of, yeah,
Yeah, that would
share
be
that, because
awesome.
we talk a lot at our group, like what. Part of the reason this conversation came up is because it feels inconsistent or unfair for some, right, or unclear, or. And I think that part of the conversation said, is there some are there some parameters or. You know, that would help it not feel unfair or unclear or like favoritism or something, right? And I think it's kind of the question of blue, what happens when there is an individual or a couple people who are not actually following the spirit of the policy?
Yeah, and I would caution against saying, oh, well, this guy always seems to be sick. Well, maybe he is always sick.
Right.
We don't know what's
That's also
going
why
on in
it's hard.
people's lives and, you know, we don't know where people's comfort levels are for working when they're not feeling under the weather. And to then to start cast judgment on people because they seem to be sick a lot. We don't know what's going on in their lives. We don't know what their situations are. And I would caution against taking an approach like that.
That's why we discuss, is this more neutral? Actually, something like, here's the predetermined percentage of people who be out, and then we cover like coverage, but not names. It's just numbers of people who are out of the coverage, and like that.
Well, I go back to my original question and I pulled up, like, Adam is unsure of accepting or declining was one of your tasks to do in the previous meeting notes. I go back to wondering if it's this big confusion because of the way this policy kind of came to be, where we had some PTO days and then we had these rest sick days. And I wonder if it's calling them all PTO days, wouldn't make it a little bit easier on principals, but like, they've got people calling out for COVID and they don't know what to do with that and how to, they gotta use their PTO first, and then you have this wedding, but now that's a sick day, but it shouldn't really be a sick day because this policy was created to eliminate the difference between a personal day and a sick day, and we still gave that to principals to have to sort out. So I wonder if the verbiage is a big part of the issue.
My concern there, what do you do with someone who has 500 hours of sick time accrued? Well, I absolutely agree if that person has used their PTO, gets sick, has the right to use those. I would not agree to suddenly next year give that person 80 hours of PTO and 500 hours of converting that sick into PTO.
If that person has that many sick, they don't tend to take a lot of days off, is what I was trying to say.
Fair, but I don't know, I don't
That was
think.
prior to PTO too.
Yeah, and in the policy itself says all, like, something like all PTO must be used before sick, like that was
Yeah.
written.
And
last
that
year.
was the agreement, and people still get
reiterating.
those 10 days.
Yeah.
Should we look at the appeal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just wanna remind everybody that we have about an hour and 10 minutes left, and we still have two groups to
We
go.
could go on.
Thank you.
Stacey, you want to-
Yeah, we talked a lot about how to make this language clear in this part of the part of policy, and so this is. I think we've had a handful of situations this year where there was some kind of major medical thing where they used all their PTO to cover their absence and then did not have any PTO for a future event like in the spring. And so, we just wanted to make the language more clear, so this is proposed, the employee may appeal to the superintendent to use the accrued sick leave for up to 4 missed days or paid administrative leave if no sick leave has been accrued. So, okay.
I'm trying to, are you saying that we could only use 4 of our accrued days if we got sick?
No,
No,
we're saying through all your days. You got COVID in November, you took all your 10 PTO days. You have a wedding to go to in May, but now you can't go because you have no PTO days.
So it's allowing you to use your sick leave.
It's actually converting your days that you used during COVID, that was PTO to sick, so that you have like only 4. This was, because there was an existing leave policy.
Staff member who had to miss for grief.
Yeah.
And then they used all their days, and then they had a planned event and needed PTO, but all they had was sick. And so they were actually docked pay. And that seemed unfair. Because they legitimately, there was a share.
But
Well,
how
then
many?
Anna fixed it.
Oh.
But that's what happened, right?
Yeah.
They missed the 10 days with dealing with a illness and loss. And then they had an event that they had already known ahead of the year.
Yeah.
For 4 days, and then to go to that event, actually the first day it pulled out because it wasn't PTO, was they originally on their paychecks, so it says paid us, and we had to go back through a process.
to say like we should count some of those first 10 days, as then they have huge accrued sick days, they've been in the district. So like, I think that's addressing.
Yeah.
And that language already exists in the policy, however, it's not very clear.
We didn't change the policy.
But the wording of that perhaps be changed from superintendent to superintendent or
Designate?
designee or something at least. It seems like I don't know that needs to go to that person's plate.
Yeah, I think when these came up at the beginning of the year, we were meeting Begonia, Stacy, Anna and I, just around what exists within the policy that we can work with. And that's the mechanism we have. So I agree whether it's you change it to designee or
Yeah, we
build like the building supervisor, which would be principal.
Where does the number
I don't
four?
think,
I think
I don't-
four came from the payout, right?
no. 4 came to mirror what the sick leave bank currently does. If someone is draining all their sick leave and they actually ask for days or hours time from the sick leave bank, the policy reads that they need to use all their leave first, but they have the right to reserve 4 days for future use or need before the sick leave bank kicks in. That's where the 4 came from, to mirror that.
And that came from originally, from parents not wanting to use all of their days before having a child. And then their child gets sick when they come back. That's why that was put in 4 days. But I wonder if this, I don't think that that's clear at the end, that what those 4 days could be used for. Like that needs to be clarified.
And question, if
It's
somebody's
like
not
retroactive,
Right, yeah.
it like goes back and.
Oh, it's just PTO?
It's just.
So why not
Those are-
10? then, I
Yeah.
guess? 4 seems restrictive. To use your example, what if the wedding is in Greece
Right,
and they need a whole week to get to the wedding?
right, and they plan to use all of their 10 PTO for this wedding.
Right.
Right, and that's kind of the situation I've had with the people at my school, and they didn't know they could appeal, and thank you for saying, Anna, in our last meeting, that they could, and now they have. And they received those 4 days, but they still wonder, well, I have accrued sick leave, so, and I had a death in the family. You know, and I used all my PTO. Why can't I have 10 days back?
We talked about how the intent of the 10 PTO days was not so you could take a 2-week vacation. That was in the notes, I think, right? Yeah, in the previous notes. And so if people are interpreting it that way, that was not the intent.
Can I ask a clarifying question? If we have this situation, the wedding and being sick, if you had requested the wedding prior to being sick. And then got sick before the wedding still, but you had requested and submitted a sub-request far in advance for that. Would that
automatically take this? I
or
actually asked that
does it
question.
run, does it run in sequence?
It runs in sequence, PTO must,
It doesn't run in order of submission.
nope.
So you couldn't even like plan your whole year out, submit everything you need, and then whatever else would drain from the sick.
Maybe that's a technical programming.
Say that again,
Yeah.
Stacy?
Like if somebody says, I know what I need my 10 days for the whole year. But then now I got sick. I think because I asked this question, would that, if I had submitted all my PTO requests in September, but I got sick in October, it wouldn't be like you reserved all your PTO days, so now you're using sick. It would be like you took a PTO day. That's what I'm understanding.
Yeah.
But what I'm understanding your question to me is there a way, if you've already put in your requests, that it has now reserved your days, so any other days yours and turn it absent, you'd be sick.
So I mean, you don't have the whole year plan, but something that would require a lot of PTO days, probably would know early enough. Not that that would alleviate the need for this, but it might help with some cases if there's that. It would resubmit it and it
Makes it.
Yeah, we wouldn't have so many appeals because it would be automatic.
Right,
Right.
it seems like it would navigate some of that.
Did you guys talk about, because COVID has come up as a number of times here in this discussion about, oh, I was planning this, but then I got COVID. And I know that was something we heard from our teachers in the survey and just anecdotally that they were like, I'm being forced to take days off for COVID. Like, I don't feel like I need to take those days off. Why am I being forced to do that? And then I'm being docked my own days for that. Is that something you guys have talked about?
We haven't, but I did just hear the
Yeah,
CDC is
I
gonna
did too.
eliminate the 5-day
Requirement, yeah.
Okay,
They just got rid of it, yeah, it was on the radio yesterday.
so would that be going away like now or at the end of the year or what?
No, now, like immediate.
Well,
Is that something our
wait,
here?
Yeah, for CDC.
We will, we'll follow whatever. Okay, because that has made a lot of people mad. They're like, I feel fine. And the only reason I knew I had COVID was my daughter had it or whatever.
I just wanna make that clear.
I play devil's advocate. As a person who sat on this committee last year, this was created to make it
Plans.
less stressful, less restrictive, and easier for teachers to take an honest day off than having to lie. I feel like we are more restrictive in this now. And it almost feels like to me, it would be easier just to go back to personal and sick days. It would be two separate pots. You take out of the pot that you're ready to take out of back like we used to. There isn't a first then second. I don't know going forward if this is kind of where this group stands. If I can go back and I don't know if I can
Undo it?
agree to this. I don't know if I can give more than a fist if we come back to this in March. I don't think it's resolving the problem. I don't think it's making it less restrictive. I think you're asking teachers to do more to appeal for days they've been sick. Keeping track of admin secretaries who are overwhelmed with this, that, and the other. It just doesn't feel like we're solving. It seems like we have a gaping wound and we're trying to put an itty bitty Band-Aid on it. And maybe the PTO was the wrong way to go to begin with, or maybe they didn't handle it the right way. I don't know, but it feels like this is the exact opposite of why this subcommittee fought so hard for this last year.
So are the two main issues, people having a lack of subs and too many people taking a day off, and then people not being able to use their accrued sick? So the first thing, the too many people taking days, like back up with a holiday or something like that. And then the second part is not being able to use your accrued sick first.
I think-
Before you use your PTO, which
And what
I think
I-
is what people want to be able to do if they're sick. They want to use their accrued first.
I think in our great idea, there was not a definition of days. But then at the last minute, we were like, oh shoot, what do we do with all these sick days? We will still keep calling them sick, which thus created a huge problem for admin, for teachers, for everybody, because we didn't deal with this giant elephant sitting over here of what we were gonna do with them. And now we've created this system that is not working for anybody. It's not working for principals. It's not working for teachers. It's not working for secretaries. So I don't know, I'm just feeling like double advocate of did we do wrong? Do we need to back up? Do we need to go back to personal and sick where teachers are saying, I'm taking a sick day, I've got COVID, can't touch my PTO. We're not doing if then situation. We're not doing a that anymore. And I don't know, that's right or wrong. That's just how I'm feeling at the moment.
A thought, and I think I know the answer. If we change sick leave to like a sick leave accumulated bank, we just change it to PTO. We're afraid that people are going to just be taking, like, people who have been here 20 years are just taking too many days. Is that a worry? Is that a fear? Or does it make sense
Is
to
usage
just
up
call
this year?
everything?
Way up. Yeah, dollars are way up.
But we can't really track if it's sick or not because people are forced to use PTO first.
And so if we're
We're not-
saying that the sick bank is just PTO, and then you've been here 20 years, you have 40 accumulated days. Is it a worry of ours?
Are you using the right term when you say sick bank?
You mean sick?
I don't think she
I mean,
did.
I mean, thank you.
You're saying accrued, yeah.
Like, accrued sick leave, sorry, thank you.
You're good, you're good.
Accrued sick leave,
We were both.
okay, right, but if we just change that to PTO, that's your accrued PTO. again, it goes back to this idea, you don't have to take sick, you don't have to take time off. I can only see, the only reason I see us not doing that is because we're worried about people
Using that.
taking 8 weeks off,
We are.
and then,
Which,
yeah,
Or every single Friday.
or
I
every
think
single
we-
Friday.
We do see it once in a while, especially when people are about for event.
Right.
Because they're not paid enough. When they retire, they're at what,
But
60
Lindsay,
bucks a day?
to ask a question on that. If you go back to personal sick,
Yeah,
are
then
they
they
just
just call
calling in
it
sick every Friday? So you're not stopping it by calling it one thing or the other. You just know ahead of time you need to sell versus at 6 a.m. in the morning when you get.
I think it all comes down to the policy though, like you said, if we have a policy where there's like some. Like punishment, some accountability for these people who are the bad actors, like I just hate to make all of these rules. For the bad actors, like the bass should not be treated like the bad actors, the bass should be treated like the honored professionals who. Like when it says no day, like you, what did you call them for the exact thing? No fly day, like we all just know, there's like 7 people out, I don't care, I don't feel so great, I'm going in, like. You just deal with it.
So we went through a transition at my old employer where we had sick, vacation, personal, had like 3 or 4 different categories. And you used to be able to hold up to 4 years in like accrual, and then they cut it to 2, it's all PTO. And that kept people from, to encourage you to use them and not kind of hoard them.
Yeah.
Then you started to lose your approval. And it also just prevents people from holding
Ridiculous.
500 hours. So the big question would be if you limited, what do you do with hours beyond that currently?
There is a policy but I think the limit is like 900 hours, so
Yeah,
it's not
something-
really
it's not-
useful.
Yeah, it's huge, it's a big amount.
It
Yes,
sounds like the district is saying, and
But that was like.
if I'm misspeaking, then I apologize, but it feels like from conversations we had last year. The district doesn't want us taking all of our days, but now you're suggesting a policy, or you're giving an example of a policy that's encouraging us to take all of our days. So
I
I'm a
don't
little,
recall saying we don't want to take things.
well, last year they were,
last year
maybe
was-
not, we don't want you to take the days, but how are we gonna cover it if you take one?
Well, yeah, I think there's a
Like,
word,
taking vacations.
there's a working conditions interest around sub coverage and being asked to give up. We've already talked about lunch periods, planning periods, like,
And I agree, I think
Yeah,
it's an issue,
I think that's. the
but I
word that-
also think that, that is part of a compensation, right?
Yeah, absolutely, so.
So there's kind of a catch-22 there.
Definitely. And we're caught on both sides, so
Yeah.
it's like,
Can't
that's,
win.
that's what you have to understand is like, and I worry about, if people start thinking, oh, I've got 10, I can use my sick bank days after the fact, which really means I've got 10 personal days. And then I can backfill with my people play that game, but when people play that game, and maybe they should, right? That's their day, so they should be able to take them. But we all know that because of the availability of subs, when that happens, everyone else in the building is eating that. And most of the time, there's a few people that are doing that, and the rest of the people are eating that, and that's not equitable either, right? So it's hard because we're caught on both sides. Of that question. We should be able to take our days, but we also don't want to be giving up our plan period 3 times a week to cover for people who are determined to take all their days and more every single day, it's real tricky. And when you get to our presentation, you'll see how many days people have taken this year. And it's not just up a little bit. It's up a lot. So,
I'm wondering if we have enough information to move on.
I think
I'm
so.
getting really worried about all of the degrees having equal.
So just really quickly, there's also a lot of simple questions about PTO that people have been asking. And it's just because they're not clear on the policy. So we made a sample presentation that just states the policy that you can share. But you have IBB reps or principals or something can share it in the blog or share it in a presentation, just with all of the information. And it has a couple of useful scenarios You can keep going through that. But the policies, and it has different scenarios. Kind of like what we talked about today, like you use your 10 days. And this isn't this isn't going out yet, but we're working on it, so we can share it with everyone.
Well, it's in the folder, it's in the PTO and health folder, these slides are. So if you want to use them as is, feel free, or if you want to give feedback, feel free.
Yeah, we basically try to take it, probably education / information that is unclear to folks that we can address through like staff memos or slides or like showing people where they are that might address some of the things, and then really just focus on what are the more lingering issues to really work on.
Okay. Okay, this is about the clinic. We spent a lot of time really running around the idea of like, what can we do to get the clinic back? What is it about the clinic that, you know, was so preferred to the way things went? And, so basically, a lot of the stuff on the right came from that health section in the newsletter, the staff newsletter. Because there is a lot of good opportunities to be seen.
Yeah.
Like, without a primary care provider. And your copay for the visit would be $0.
In the PPO plans,
Yes,
that's important.
so, also, it's important to know that currently the Marathon Clinic or clinics or company just refuse any sort of agreement with us. So they're not entertaining that as an option. So,
When I've talked with Think Health, because I've talked to them at length, and I know you guys have as well. We had something around, it was just less than 200 people who use the clinic. Annually, out of roughly 900 that are covered, so like 20%, 25%. And it costs $2 million if we were to re-up. So that's an additional $10,000 per clinic user. And then CBT, I believe, owns that building. They're losing other customers that are kind of moving away, and they're hesitant to allow Marathon to start signing up old customers to get their benefit. Marathon would not be opposed if we had another building and put together a bigger pool of people to do something somewhere else, but I think it had to do with that shared space. So there's a lot of complicating factors. Think Health definitely had a lot of conversations with Marathon, and then they finally said Marathon was like, we can't risk losing everything.
so, yeah, this is kind of the research we've done. Something that is important is the Cleveland Medical Associates, or GMA. They're a good choice if you call early in the morning, because you know, the thing with the Marathon Clinic was this idea of like priority is given, I can do it that same day. If you know you're not feeling well and like you want to go get a strep test or something, like you give them a call right when they open up. The likelihood of you getting seen that day is pretty high.
I recommend you continue to educate people about teledoc. Because
Yeah.
they can do a lot of that.
Yes.
They can do a strep test, or they can, they don't do a strep test. They can diagnose you with strep over the phone.
Really?
Oh.
Yes, I have been diagnosed with that.
Do you have to show like the video or something?
I don't remember how, I think it was just like, what are your symptoms? Tell me about it, and I don't think I had to even take a picture.
So
That's good to know.
that's a
Thank you.
good thing to put on here too.
All right, perfect.
Are there any additional questions about the clinic stuff?
Love to be up to this.
Should we talk about the Mountain Family?
I think that that's next.
Mountain Family is right there. Okay. So I've been chatting with Mountain Family, and my intent was to make them our preferred provider. And while they were very open to see RFSC employees at their 5 clinics, I didn't know we had 5 clinics, that was news to me, and I don't know if actually our employees know that. the same day that's where it's been a little bit stuck, because that's what I'm asking for, and they are not so ready to say, to guarantee it. I'm wondering if doing a pre-screening, sending our information, so we're not once you need it, you're not a new patient anymore, and that is the problem, right? Those new patients and those brand new, start from zero. So still talking to them and not letting that go. Any questions? We have mentioned as we have talked, what we have put on the newsletter to inform, to better educate all employees. So we talked a little bit about GMA already and the urgent care. We talked about make sure you let your medical provider that you have brand new coverage, which after this many months is not brand new, but brand new coverage, and make sure that they're running your right insurance. And the survey that we have mentioned at the very beginning.
Lisa, do you wanna talk about this one?
Yeah, so there was a thought about customizing the health insurance. And it seemed like a lot of the reasons for trying to customize the health insurance were about prescriptions problems, which we think a lot of them have been ironed out, but we're not exactly sure yet if that's true. So we're wondering if the whole group thinks that might still be a good idea to survey the entire staff.
And if so, can you give us more things to add than what we already wrote up there? We said finding out how much prescriptions costs have changed with the new health insurance. And then what additions people would like to see in our health insurance. Maybe if this is something you want to give feedback so that we don't use our whole time together, would you guys be willing to go in, since we have access to these slides, and just add comments? And then we can incorporate in your feedback away from this time to know we're ready to go. Is that okay with everybody? Okay.
Do you have the access linked in somewhere?
It's in our folder, the PTO and health folder, which is in the certified ID for this year. I just want to make sure. I think everybody who is on that folder, the certified, have access to it.
I'll just send an email with.
Okay, that's it.
That's it for us. What's up next? Money.
We have change.
Salary. No, that one, no.
Those getting big raises, there won't be any questions.
Yay. I'm gonna, no. Is it in the folder? Oh, let's take a minute, hold on, it might not have uploaded to the folder.
Maybe share it with your email, Daniel.
You wanna, sounds good, I don't have open my email up there. Can I drop it in here?
Yeah, I just moved it. There's a salad.
Oh, something moved. Yes, there you go.
There we go.
I'm gonna set a timer for 30 minutes, which I know is not, because it's very close, but I'm trying to do it. I'll let you know at the 25-minute mark. Sounds good? Sorry. Go.
Alright, salary and compensation, resource allocation subcommittee, Rob, Nathan, Adam, Anna, Megan, Kenny, and I. Our first priority was kind of about clarifying a lot of these financial questions that we have about budgeting and staffing. We've looked into a bunch of different parts of this. We just want to communicate the budget decisions and discuss how teacher money and resources are being allocated. Go ahead, question. So the first thing that we wanna clarify and communicate is the fair share agreement. This is a philosophy, we all know that defines the allocation of fixed and negotiable. This is from that document that Nathan has shared with us. The language has not changed. I'm just gonna speak to it from you.
Hold on, go back to
Oh, sorry.
the important part on that previous slide. Fair share applies to new dollars only, does not apply to the existing pot of money.
I
I
think,
think that was like a revelation, like, what we got for that, and like our second meeting, like, oh my God, we've been walking two different directions in this conversation. So once we
Yes.
got on that page, that it is only talking about new money in the system, not the existing fund.
so next slide. Nathan put this together and this, I think the numbers behind it and like actually understanding and taking some time really helped me, helped our team understand this. So it is the minimum 61% of the new per pupil operating revenue. So for example, if we have an increase of $6,400,000 down in the green, increased funding from the PPOR, our October count, then that's how much we're getting as a school district for the next year. Of that, the fair share states that 61% of that funding will be used for teachers, the certified IBB. And it's at IBB's discretion to decide how that money is going to be used. So this year specifically, we are getting that $6,400,000. This team has $3,904,000 to allocate how we see fairly. Go ahead and go to the next slide. The part where I think this got confusing was that it's not a part of the general fund. And the general fund,
Sorry, it is in the general fund, it's not a part of existing expenditure.
thank you, Nathan, it's not a part of existing expenditures, which currently we're at 58%. So there is a discrepancy between the 61% that we are guaranteed every year with the new EPO money, and then the current general fund expenditures. That's currently at 58%. There's reasons that it could not match, including previous years of not following the fair share. The 2021 MLO invested a large amount in classified staff. The numbers don't match, but it's not meaning that we have less money that has been allocated to us. In order to get the salary or the funding expenditures up to 61%, we would have to be putting in more than 61% year after year to make it match. I hope that math makes sense. Cool. All right, go to the next one. So this is just our breakdown of the new PPR. Yeah. Don't really know.
You guys like pie charts?
Go right there.
And I think that that's something that we would communicate to, the whole, like, to the staff at large, I guess, or.
You mean like at the end of
Yeah.
IBB? I think this could be helpful. Yeah. That's,
And then the next slide, just kind of just breaks down the current expense in the new PPOR, so you can see our actual budgets. And I think the confusion was really that new money, and I know Nathan kept saying new money. I heard him say it a couple of times, but I don't think I really understood it until we really broke it down into that chart, and I saw the numbers behind it myself. Does anyone have any questions on fair share? Because I know it has been confusing.
I have a question.
Yeah.
When you say new money, is this just like what is based on all of the count? Or is it just on what is new to our district in that count? Do you see what I'm saying? Cause like,
Say counting pupils.
yeah, I mean, like, is this comparing like from, like, let's just say this school year's 2023, 2024 to 2022, 23, and then that's officially the new money?
Most of the new money is not coming from new pupils. It's coming from the state allocating higher amounts per pupil.
Okay.
So, because actually our enrollment numbers are declining.
Okay.
So that's what it is. It's like,
Okay.
and so that doesn't happen every year, right? Like we've had a generous state government past few years, so. But yeah, so it's just when,
It's just the bump, it kind of like the cost of living or something, you know, how they
Yeah.
add extra percentage
Yeah.
or whatever.
It's just the change in the per pupil amount, not the change in.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
You keep saying new money, which I totally understand that. Do we always spend all of the new money every year, or is there ever some left over that moves then into general that we didn't spend? That becomes old money?
no, we spend it all.
Yeah, just that,
Okay.
yeah,
We put it in the salary schedule every dollar.
year.
okay.
Yeah,
And then another big discussion that we've been having and that we are about to bring up in a couple of slides is this 61% doesn't necessarily have to go to salary schedules. It can go to funding things like creating new jobs, like we were thinking about building stuff, to go to the changing the sped department salary. Like there are things that we can change, but then it changes how much our raise will be for the year. So those are some important considerations that we are gonna ask you.
We were also, one of our priorities was trying to explain, answer the question, is staffing in the DO getting bigger? What's going on? How do we stack up against comparable districts? And so we were trying to create tools to help increase transparency. And our questions are kind of like, is this what we wanted? Are these the right tools? Do you have any recommendations? So in the interest of time, you'll see a link that says share feedback here, and in the notes, I have a little link to a Google form. So I think this might be kind of work individually, because some of these tools you're gonna look at and be like, oh, I wanna look into that. This is not the right moment. Go do the homework, give us feedback on that Google link. To the kind of core questions we have are like, is this the right tool? Can it be strengthened, more clear? Is it helping answer those questions? And then also the second question is like, what should we do with it? Like, if it's right, how should it be shared? Is it something that should be like on the employee website? Just because I think our team felt like, oh, this is helpful to look at. There's two things on this slide. One is the chart, and if you click on the bottom where it says DO central office positions, that's actually a spreadsheet that goes through all the departments and all the staff and all their position titles and all their funding streams, like who's on a grant, who's from the general fund. So it goes into a lot of detail of who's who. So there's those tools. And then if you go to the next slide, this is, you're not seeing the whole thing. So don't look at it on the slide, like click, it links over to the actual tool. And this is the kind of what we're working on in the school resource allocation framework. We call it also the foundational service ratios. What we were trying to explain here is how do the Roaring Fork schools allocate funding for staff at every school? What are the types of positions we fund? What are the ratios at which we fund them? And what you'll see across the green, and right now it's just targeted kind of for the schools we currently have. But you're gonna have 1,000 questions when you get into this. So what if you drop to 300? Great question. Eventually this tool will flesh that out so that we can predict how staffing would shift. But you'll see these columns where it's like the target staffing, which means if we had all the resources in the world, this is what we would allocate in terms of different kind of services that we think should be provided at every school. And then you'll see the actual 24-25, what we currently have funding for. As a lot of you know, the Learning Acceleration Plan is actually a 3-year plan to get to the target staffing. So we're not at 100% funded for those roles and positions. There's a couple sheets in here that explain how those positions will be funded over the next couple of years. Anything that you see in white is something that we do not have consistent funding for heading into 24-25. And you'll see as you go through this, the building guest teachers in there. You'll even see if you get into the document, which we're really interested in, there's a whole section of you kind of see our student-based budgeting, where you'll see kind of Title I funding and how we allocate money to schools with higher numbers of kids with who qualify for free and reduced lunch. You'll also see kind of our ELD funding ratios. You'll see, we didn't even try to tackle SPED yet. But you'll see the group of students that I think in particular GSES, GSHS have been really seeing large numbers of newly immigrated students, and we feel like that's a different population than our emerging bilingual students in terms of needs. And so you'll see us starting to play with different sorts of funding ratios. They're all white, meaning we don't have the funding for it. But if we did, it would allow us to then look at, okay, where are there gaps? Where are we trying to get to with our staffing ratios?
One tiny thing I would
Yeah.
add, there's two separate sections, newly immigrated, non-site, and then actually site students with extreme literacy needs. So.
So play with this and please give us feedback. Like this came out of the school resource allocation team that was part of our 23-24 strategic planning process. Like Lindsay's on that. A couple other school leaders kind of started this, then our IBP salary team put a lot of feedback into a rough version that tightened it up. And then we used it when preliminary school-based budgets came out. It's been really helpful in some tricky conversations about budgets with leaders lately. I think but we would still love like your pushes and eyes on it. So that's that tool. And then I think we also wanted to look at comparable, when you go to the staff ratios by position, this looks at like how many admins for kids and stacks us up, at least for 2023. We didn't go through a ton. Kenny pulled, I want to remember his people and
We did Eagle and Garfield at comparable
that's right.
districts and came up with their 22, 23, 24 number, 22, 23 numbers compared to 5 years previous.
So again, we were trying to answer the question, are we overstaffed in admin and how do we stack up? So these were the tools we were looking at. So again, looking from you all, like, is this enough to answer that question? Do you want us to take it further? Where do you think we should go next? And then how should the information be shared? Awesome, clarifying question. I think Rob, you're up.
So I'm gonna cover what is pretty standard for a salary committee every year. That we compare our schedule against other districts and attempt to stay competitive. For those who are new, these are the 10 other districts that we compare to. That's based on size, student demographics, and resource community areas. Our goal, as we defined more specifically several years ago, is to try to target the top 1/3 of those comparison districts. And then if we break that down into our average salary, our base salary, maximum salary, the MA plus 40, step 15, which is where historically we start to fall behind some of our comparison districts, and then that MA minimum. And so we can use those 5 categories as a comparison. We're really just starting that work, but I can share that we have roughly 2.5 million to infuse into the salary schedule. And that number is different from the one that we showed you before, based on the fair share, because this is dollars. The rest of that comes from benefits, right? And so that whole 3 point, whatever that number was, is actually there. If we gave that to everyone, that would average out to an 8.04% raise. If we just put a flat dollar amount in the base, that would mean $5,650 for every teacher. But like I said, we are kind of just starting to do the deeper dive into those 5 different categories to see where we are competitive with those comparison districts. And there is a link, that link where it says options, that takes you to part of our working spreadsheet, so you can see what that would look like if we gave everyone that 5650. And then we also tried to put in if everyone got roughly the same percentage raise, what that would look like in each cell. So we usually come up with something in between those two baselines.
The idea at the end is if you give it a flat cell, then the person who's at the higher end of the salary schedule really isn't getting a bunch of.
They're getting a 3% raise.
That 50,000 is getting a lot more.
They're getting a 12%.
But if you go at the other way, then it's as just percentages, then the people who don't make it are the beginning teachers where they go.
Moving on. Adam,
Yeah, so the reason that we didn't just started our deep dive into the salary schedule is because we got a little stuck in the mud on this permanent subject. It's complicated. So the purpose was to review funding for certain certified teaching positions, specifically these permanent building subs. Starting off, 77% of teachers on the survey said the building subs have been valuable staff assets. I can talk more about there is variability on that building to building, because some buildings, those subs very much are helping teachers every single day by covering. Other buildings, that person has been tied up in one department, or they've been given a position that they're permanent subbing for a position that's unfilled. So they're not really helping cover classes for teachers. And if we were to continue this program, we want to clarify that, especially because most of the money would be coming from the teacher's side of the certified salary schedule. So the benefit should be to teachers. But that's that, we'll get there. Okay, so the money is an issue. There's many pros to continuing the program, but it was funded from ESSER, so it's a fallacy for us to say, should we continue to fund this? Because we never have funded it.
Yeah.
So the real question is, should we start funding it out of that salary schedule that?
Out of the fair share, 61.
Yeah, out of the fair share, 61%, or either way, would mostly come from there. And it is expensive, so. Buildings, the other issue is that building subs are not effectively decreasing the overall cost of subs year to year. The cost of subs have actually gone up, so if you look at that link. This is what I was talking about before, which is,
do you want to show that link?
yeah, yeah, is that like the demand for subs? Daily subs this year, is way up. From. So, it's almost 35% higher, so if you scroll down on that a little bit, you can see the whole towers, yeah, keep going, so you get all the way to zero, but. So you can see, and I think that first bar, that's this year, right, that's the number of subs that have been requested, that. This is
Daily subs, not counting the.
daily subs, not counting the building sub. But even with the building subs, which were here these 2 years. There's just been a lot more sub requests this year, and I think that's because of our PTO thing, and so
About 1/3 more.
yeah, so having the permanent subs in the building is not reducing the need at all for subs outside of that
Or
program.
very limited.
Yeah, yeah,
And keep in mind that that's only partial year data.
yeah, right, and so we don't even know.
And it would be higher if there were building subs, like the cost, right? It's.
If there weren't building subs, it would be higher, and we don't know how much. But what we do know is that if we just go back to the other slideshow.
A quick question, just
Yeah.
so we have these up. Is part of that increase because we are now paying teachers more to sub? Like, is there any way for you to take out the data based on what we get paid when we sub?
No.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's just
I
the
do.
building stuff, that's just the.
And we don't have, so that doesn't include teachers covering classes for each other.
Okay, this is not, cause I know you
That's-
submit a form for that and
Yeah.
everything, and it seems like it's going in.
Yeah,
You do have a point that that amount is bigger because we have paid subs more this year than we have
That's what I
last
was
year, so
curious
there is a
about.
little bit of a bump.
Okay,
We
Okay.
increased it to last year, so from 21-22 on from 120 a day to 150, and it was down last year, and this year is 159, I think.
okay.
so just to clarify though, if I cover a class and get paid, that money is not represented in this graph, or it is?
I think it is.
It is,
We have
okay.
like a supplemental code that shows like.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Subs-
So
I
that would
think
be
it
part-
fits in the
Yeah.
same monies.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah,
So that,
so that also counts,
because we get paid a little more than subs, that could also.
Yeah.
yeah, that could, yeah. But going back to the other thing, I think,
More, but maybe not quite 1/3.
one thing we do know is that the building subs in each building are dramatically decreasing the need for teachers to cover each other's classes. So if we eliminate that program, then that issue will come roaring back. And we are exploring ways to mitigate that, but that's just kind of a fact. And, you know, the other thing that maybe is not on here that I would just like to say is that even though we're talking about starting the program as opposed to continuing it because we have to pay for it, if we don't start the program, we do have to fire people, which we try to avoid sometimes in IT, but so there, right, that makes sense, right? There are people that are gonna not have a job. And maybe those people could fold over into the sub pool, right? But we don't know. And so okay, let's keep going. So here's the cost. So funding long-term sub, the program itself costs almost $900,000 because it's what, 12 people, is that right? 13 people, for a full-time job plus benefits, so it costs a lot. And our total, you know, we just talked about the total amount of raises that would go in, it's a significant portion. So that $900,000 would equal 2.5% of the raise, which is, well, that's not, yeah, 2.5% of like a 5% raise, it's not like, does that make sense?
Yeah.
Our total amount that we were planning, it says currently the raise was predicted to be 8.1%. So if we continued with the building subs, our average raise as certified staff would be 5.6% instead of 8.1%. So that, when we did the math, turned out to be an average of $1,700 per certified staff member, $1,750, that's how much this program would cost us, yeah.
Would cost this week.
Would cost, yeah, it doesn't cost this year, but that's what it would cost. And originally we were like saying, okay, yeah, that's a one-time thing because then they would be in, but that's the 2.5 that you don't get that every year because when you skip it 1 year, which we've seen that happen before, so. We said over 20 years, it would be $35,000. So it's very expensive, it's very convenient. And that's what we're stuck with.
And the big conundrum was when the survey was given, would you like to see long-term subs continue, was overwhelming yes on that. And I think that maybe doesn't dictate what people would say if it's gonna be worth 20 years, gonna cost you $35,000.
We haven't actually asked, we want to continue, we asked if it was
Useful.
Yeah. So this is sort of our options. And we were just kind of looking for a little bit of feedback. One is keep the program, try to share the burden, sharing the burden of paying for subs. Since it does benefit admin and teachers alike, it's very convenient for admin as well. So that it doesn't all come from this fair share portion. But the fair share portion is a lot bigger than the admin portion, so it would largely come from the fair share portion either way. We can't like split it with the principals, because there's way more of us, so. Could we utilize rural sustainability funds? That was a question. Those are not recurring, but they may be able to keep the thing afloat for a little while. If we wanted to try that. It's not a long-term solution, but it's, I mean, they're not recurring, but they keep recurring.
They're not guaranteed.
Yeah,
Currently, they're not in the budget next year, like the state has yet to appropriate that.
right. They've been there as long as I've been here. So there is some discrepancy about how permanent subs are being utilized, so if we can keep the program, we would want to clarify that and make sure that they were being assigned in ways that were most beneficial to certified teachers, staff. And not just the convenience of whichever administrative issue are sensitive to those issues, that they're hard to solve. The other option is we eliminate the program, and we sort of go back to where we were before by incentivizing guest teachers. You know, you work for 20 days, you get a raise. You know, giving subs as much daily subs as much as possible, but we do have a cap on that because we cannot pay them more than other teachers. No, than like paras and other people, because we don't want those people to all leave and go to become subs. So
I guess teachers already make more than parents.
yeah,
Yeah.
daily subs, yeah. So we can't just funnel a whole bunch of money into daily subs, but so, but we could play around with it and be incentivization. So you guys understand the pickle.
Is that nice from these funds though? Who does the base funding for guest teachers? Where does that come from? Is that certified? Guest teachers are certified. If they're
So
not,
yes, teachers are included in this bargain.
okay.
Where does
Yes,
their
yes.
part of, did they come out of the fair share,
If they get raises, yes.
but like just their daily sub payment? Where
Just
does,
the general.
like,
It just comes from the general fund. And fair share is only 2 money, so it doesn't apply to like existing.
That money's already there year by year from having it been done before that's set forward for the next year. That amount.
so if we, what if we overspend the general fund with guest teachers because we get rid of the building stuff? How does that,
Like we budget 500,000, we spent 600,000.
because that went up? We start incentivizing more and it keeps going up.
Yeah, I mean, we have to be on our budgeting. Just like we do for.
Yeah, and the one thing that we can't control that Rob mentioned when I first got in is like, there's just not enough people in our valley that are willing to sub. So we're never gonna get as many people as we need, as we want. And so, you know, if we eliminate this program, then we are gonna be covering classes.
I'd be curious if we could pay certified teachers more to sub than normal daily subs, because I've run into that with, just as something here, like, we have teachers who've retired from our school. And they don't want to come sub for $150 a day, it's not worth it to them.
Different rate for them.
But they can come in and actually teach the class, like fully teach the class. And that would be something I'd be interested in, because it's very different than putting someone who has not gone to college in high school level classes.
The incentive for wanting to be a permanent building sub is just the ease of knowing where you're going every day, and you also get health insurance,
Yeah.
right?
Full benefits.
So is there any way that if we do the second option and we incentivize guest teachers, if they work X amount of days, they can qualify for health insurance?
The challenge that I see with that as being an on-call position and not a guaranteed, there's a set cost to health insurance. So how do I guarantee that that person will truly cover that many hours, that many assignments, that many days? In that, if at the beginning of the year, they said, yes, I'll cover the assignment. And it turns out they don't, are we
And we're paying for.
Are we losing the cost of those benefits that we're giving the guest teacher? Being an on-call position, yeah,
Could we do something with a health savings account where for every day they sub, we contribute to something that helps them pay their own insurance?
Is it assuming that the health insurance is the reason the guest teacher is not?
I'm just trying to think, what's the difference? I mean, why would you choose to be a building sub rather than a regular sub?
Because you're part of a staff. You're part of a
And
school
it's a
community,
guaranteed
It's $78 a day.
and you get paid a lot more than that.
And as a guest, on-call guest teacher, you're not guaranteed that there'll be a job every day. But it's. It's like it's not predictable, you don't know.
this is not predictable,
It's not
absolutely.
predictable.
Yes, there's more
Yeah.
ambiguity.
It's also just a very different way you're treated in your building from when
Yes.
kids see you all the time and they don't
Sure.
treat you the same way you would be
Yeah.
treated.
I think that's a huge part of it.
Yeah,
I agree that it's
Relationship.
ideal, but I'm wondering what other, if we do this option, what other perks can we do that would make that more attractive?
Lindsay, I think that's a good point, like when there's better or higher qualified people, can we do a different rate? Because currently to get a sub license, you just need to be, not just, but like fingerprint and stuff is not the same as having like the content knowledge or the experience. And so we have a retired teacher who's very successful to do that content area. I get why, like, I won't, no. do it for us.
I'll agree with,
And I like that idea because if you're not, there's a rationale perhaps if you're that, you know, stacking that up against a para rate or a early childhood teacher.
Right.
That
You
can
can
say,
say
yes,
higher
we'll pay
credential.
one to a certified teacher actually versus like a flat rate for every guest teacher.
What happens if their certification runs out?
I think that actually, yeah. But once they get on like a roster, and we say like, this is like confirmed certified until this date or whatever.
So what pot of money does the guest teacher pay come out of?
General.
Or in the general fund? Okay.
But if, like, when they increased the rate last year, that came out of this money, the IBB budget.
The increase came out.
The increase came out of the.
Extra money.
That year's fair.
Should we
That
consider a little vote, because what we know from this year, right, is every building still has a guest teacher and we're still trying to call for subs. So I think potentially we can just do both maybe, or sorry, maybe with like a, not eliminate, but have some different like pay structures for heights. And maybe that'll be more attractive to teachers, like former teachers who are certified to be a guest teacher.
I don't understand what you're saying. Were you saying we would prefer to eliminate the program and keep work on the incentivizing guest
Yeah.
teachers?
No, I think it's both, like, so right now, the two options are keep the program for the burden, second one is eliminate program to incentivize guest teachers. I'm proposing a third option where it's keep the program share the burden and incentivize guest teachers by having like a graduated sort of salary schedulers.
question, devil's advocate, I'm so sorry. If the program were to continue, has there been any consideration to raising their salary, or will they keep their current salary, which is a hair lower than a VA step one?
No, we have.
No, we haven't
That's
considered
what I'm
that.
talking about.
Yeah.
Just wondering, and I
We
feel,
have that already, yeah, we're just
yeah.
trying to decide if we can keep it alive.
I think our big question to the group though.
They don't
Wondering,
all-
but
And they don't all have bachelor's degrees. I mean, that's, yeah.
Absolutely, I've just, it might, I'm sure it'll come back and everyone's getting a raise, I'm getting a raise. If that were to be the case, wondering.
Yeah.
So I think the big question that we're asking here is like. Where we're wanting input, like, what should we do with this, and especially considering the financially. On everybody in the district. As the certified staff of us keeping this in. Where should we go for that input?
real quick, can I just ask a clarifying question before we answer that question? Can you tell me more about where the $900,000, that seems like a lot of money for 13 people.
That will come from the 61% of new money.
Right, but how did
So
you?
that's their
divide
salary and
it?
benefits. That's-
Yeah,
They get benefits too.
Benefits are. a
Yeah,
lot.
benefits are a lot.
Like
Okay.
50%.
Their base salaries right now is 47,500, so I assume if it goes up 5%, everybody else is gonna go 8 to 10. Right now, they're making probably a little more than it was because they are grant funded. We're trying to make sure we fill those positions. So we're getting $50,000 times an extra 23%, $10,500 to $70,000 for that position.
Each
Wow,
person.
$70,000 Each person.
Yeah, 70,000 times 13.
And remember that number that was back slider two that said that equals out to about 1750 for every single person that's covered in the fair share agreement.
50 grand, so building sub is getting the same as the first year teacher that's doing all their planning and everything.
So building sub right now is 47,500 versus the 50. Last year, it won't be 50.
Still 47.5, so $2,500 less and they're not planning.
They should be,
They're
right.
not
That was the
grading.
thing, they're in the building and they're doing the, and they're participating as much as possible to certify.
But they're not planning for lessons.
And I'm, again, this was grandfathered, they're trying to make sure we build it,
They're not doing any of it.
and I'm open to changing the rate.
I have a question.
Yes,
Have you guys talked about the idea of just paying them a salary, not benefits? Because I feel like that would drop that rate.
I don't think it.
I
think it violates policy or health insurance policy that defines what a full-time.
Employee is.
Yeah.
Okay,
Exactly.
so we can't do that because they're,
I think we have to offer them, I'd have to double check that.
And we still
can't
pay
create
the
a-
parents part of it too. which is
You can
half of
offer
that.
it, they can decline, right? Yeah. Everybody.
Why would you
qualifies.
decline?
Yeah,
Well, I mean, I don't know, if like somebody else maybe has that or something, that you could,
most
right?
If they're married.
Somebody
If
else.
they're
their
married,
spouse.
they're under their spouse's insurance, they do. I mean, I'm just saying, like, my full-time sub is asking you because she's really concerned about the insurance more than.
Asking you what if we're gonna continue.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Kenny, I apologize, I didn't mean to like
No,
step in front.
No, that's fine.
That just was lingering in my head. That number seemed like a really big number.
It is.
And I think what we hear in our building is that a building sub doesn't do any planning unless they are in a position of 5 days or longer, like we know somebody's going to have an extended absence, is what I've heard. And that's pretty significant.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
And I don't know what the requirements are for them. Do they have a BA? Do they have a teacher?
No.
So, I mean, that's a lot of money. They're making almost as much as a first year teacher to just.
Yeah, and maybe it's
babysit.
a consideration that we look at what is that pay?
Yeah.
And like, does it?
I don't know,
we
that
feel
to me
confident
kind of leans against keeping them.
I think that a GSCS or long-term stuff is indispensable and like works so hard. And earns, or like deserves to get more for what they're doing, just say, like, that's not a tough one to live here. And they are working every day.
And that just means the first year teachers need.
The first, yes, this is another catch 22 because we're not getting paid enough. And we don't want to take a pay cut. Just so that we can get more help, but it's just.
Yeah, that's the
It is
question.
You're thinking of paying subs a graduated rate based on how many days a year they work.
Yeah, that's one of the incentive ideas.
So if you.
We used to do that. We used to do that.
After 50 days, you get an extra.
We said we- yeah, we did.
We do that currently.
Also, we do the bonus program, which again is us funded.
So it's not this year.
Yes, we'd have to find, so I think it's worth 25 days, you get $250, at 5 of them, or days, you get that $500, but.
And that's still not helping to keep them then.
And Miles, hearing what you're
It's not
saying,
just
is
stable.
understanding that is a lot compared to like a starting seat teacher, but even if you cut their rate, say 40%, only giving you 60% of that. We're still paying para, we're still paying.
Right, I get that.
And by us doing that, even if we drop that rate down, the $1,750 would maybe then come down to $1,400.
Right, because so much of it
And
is
so
still tied into.
it's not like that's a big
I agree.
difference there.
I don't see how I can support $1,750 from every teacher in the district. I also know it's hugely important to principals. My principal came to me about it, so I would be curious to look at a share rate, but I would love to look at a share rate 3 ways. I would like to look at it from teachers, from principals, and from the district. Because if principals aren't having to step into classrooms to cover, their building subs, it allows them to get their stuff done at the district. So I would like to look at a 3-way share and see what those numbers end up being before I can agree one way or another.
I guess the other thing too, I'm thinking about is that it feels like it's transferring some of the cost of subs into certified fair share. And that doesn't feel right. I mean, even though there are all of these benefits and we do all benefit, I think that 1,750 number would be very upsetting to people.
Yeah, it's like we're paying to get the benefits we've already been promised.
Right.
What would be the number that would be acceptable, just out of curiosity?
One person in your building?
It's like, no, the amount that you would say, okay, yeah, I'd be okay if everybody had 500 less, so like, would that be acceptable amount? Would it be 1,000, would it be 200?
I think it's really hard to monetize it because, like, what you're saying, like. GSES has a really wonderful, like, indispensable, but then other buildings maybe. Like, I'm not gonna name buildings, but maybe their building stuff like is not viewed that way. Like either by the staff or by the students, like it's just more of what Miles said, like. They're there, so warm bodies in the room, but your kids are not getting any learning. Like, they're just there.
I would argue that point that if you do have a staff member, whoever, might not be as effective. Would you consider keeping that staff member next school year? Will you, given that you have the position, or be proactive, they don't have tenure? Get a new one. I mean.
Yeah, you certainly could. And I think
On that,
the qualifier there is that sometimes it's not the actual person. It's like the way that they're being utilized, and so that makes it so that they can't be helpful to the entire staff, right? Like, cause they're, like, I don't know which building it was, but like they needed a PE person, they couldn't hire them, so that person is just doing that every day. And so if we did keep it, we would eliminate that kind of thing, because if we are paying for it, then we are gonna get the benefit of it, and it's not just gonna be to relieve the pressure of an administrator for a specific hire or whatever. But I mean, I hear what everybody is saying, and this is exactly the back and forth that we had. And
So I think some other middle ground solutions that we talked about briefly were, right now we have a designation as like a highly qualified para. So at the elementary schools, you're qualified to teach React, Title I, that sort of stuff. If you had a building para who was highly qualified, that started something significant less than the current, or the current building. So it started to kind of $3 an hour.
But would they be able to start there?
I think that's just idea, like, is it more cost effective and easier to staff with a highly qualified para?
If they
Could
can
you
start.
roll that into a pathways to being a certified teacher through education, like there's some things you could do beyond 1 years. Can be a highly qualified para, will give you 5 hours a week to study, to become a teacher. That's, I think this is, but that's.
I mean, of everything that I've heard, I go back to also this rural sustainability question, because if that comes through, I can't think of a better use of the money than this.
Yeah.
Just because of how directly it helps, and, you know. Like, just to go back, I'm just gonna say this for just a second, but going back to like our earlier slides and. Like my team, maybe I should have brought this up earlier, but I was thinking about this morning that. When we look at all that resource allocation and all the hires that have been made through the learning acceleration plan, which. Nobody in this room got to talk about, that's the same number of people. And that just happened, right? We have no control over that. And this is a program that is directly helping. Like teacher burden, and so it's just, that's hard on me because. I'm like, why? You know. Is it these people that get these jobs and get it's the same amount of money, you know, for all those hires that have happened, and then there's this, and it's really hard. Like, this is where it comes down to the same thing. It's like it's not about, it's like people and the help, and it's almost like a separate issue than the money, even though it's not. But it's just, this is where I'm just really torn about it, because I'm like, these people are helping us a lot. And if they go away, we're gonna feel it every day. That panic of coverage, like, it's gonna come back, and it's so expensive, but it's just hard that. Sometimes these choices are made without us, and we have this one, and.
So I'm sorry, I will say, I think this should be cost share. I think right now we're discussing it as fully. Because this was just. But it should be cost share because it benefits more than just. I think that's something that we got.
Yeah, it should be cost shared, but yeah, the problem is there's not as much money on. The other side, so.
I wonder if,
And maybe it doesn't have to be paid at this rate.
yeah,
Right, so maybe the total amount can be reduced and it could be cost shared.
I just wonder if we couldn't, I don't know, like, when a teacher ends up having to pick up an extra. Like, they do the overburden or whatever, right, where they pick up, like, I'm just pulling from high school, because that's my experience, so. Like, instead of teaching 7 sections in the week, you know, alternating. You know, that they're teaching a total of 8. And so that picks up an extra section in place of a plan or something. Where does that money come from?
From school budgets, so you mean like on a permanent basis?
Yeah, I mean,
So
like,
if you budget if someone to work full time, they're basically that's a 1.0, they basically budget them to work 1.2. And so that increases like they spend those funds on that.
I just wonder if, like, why couldn't this possibly be brought into like a school-based budgeting question based on like buildings needs, like if there's a building that's like, this is a real need for us, we wanna make this a budget line item. We know that something will come out of our budget to put this in, but similar to like those things that right now are white on the thing you shared. Could this be brought then to whoever's in those conversations in a building to say yes, and then it doesn't have to go for the entire salary schedule? Because then that's like building by building or whatever.
So if that's a position that is at a building's discretion this year, as almost every principal has. It is on that sheet that we show with the resource allocation, it is white, it's unfunded.
Okay.
And for like new funds, it's gonna compete against newly integrated students that can support, and it's gonna compete against other strategic partners.
A small school would be really hard. You don't have a half FTE either people.
I hear what you're saying, but at the same time, I'd give up a lot of planning periods for $1,500. I know, I've been here 25 years.
Yeah.
a new teacher, that money is just gold to them.
Yeah.
So I think a lot
Yeah.
of teachers might be interested in giving up that sub if it's 1,800 $1,800 in their pocket.
Yeah.
More every year, yeah, every year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not arguing one way or the other. I'm just saying that I feel like we need to feel the weight of both sides of the decision.
Sure.
Agree.
Well, I know that we don't bring things to buildings without first discussing, but it does seem like a very heavy decision to put on one of us as representatives for a whole building. Is there a way we would be able to put feelers out with staff and buildings, like whether it's the question, what would you, like, what is that number that's comfortable? Maybe not give them the 1750 if that's something we're uncomfortable with sharing at this point. But like, is there a way we're able to just get more input from our whole building staff? Because I know how I feel is probably different than other people in my building, and I don't wanna just like speak out of what I want. I want to be able to represent them, but I can't because I don't know what they're comfortable with. And finances are so personal.
Well,
I wonder if there's a way.
everybody that, like, I already have people text me, there are people listening to this meeting.
Yeah.
So.
But
this is
not
out
everyone
there.
is, and not, I don't know, I think
So
that's.
yeah, no, you're right, it's already out there, is what
Yeah.
you're saying.
Yeah, we're gonna
Yeah.
find it.
So, but I mean, you know.
But it's also 7 o'clock on a Thursday night, there are a lot of other things going on. I work 3 jobs, I typically work Thursdays, like I wouldn't be able to watch this, and I could go back and watch it, but like. I'd have to scroll through, I'd have to find this timestamp, and like, is there just a way we could send a quick feeler or survey? I don't know if that's appropriate at this point in the process. I don't know it, but like, to me, it feels like something it would be helpful to hear what people are comfortable. With.
Yeah.
I will say, in the past, whenever there's been even an option of input. It just spins like rumors and it becomes like madness because you're putting out as many fires about misinformation as you are actually like. And you can't, you're left in a really hard conversation point as that point person because you've had this conversation, you don't know like how much I can actually share, but they're kind of spreading misinformation, so I need to like. So I don't know, I think we should be very cautious about the back and forth and be very concise, knowing that that rumor cycle starts the second we open up the dialogue.
And we also have survey data that shows what the priorities are.
Would it be possible that for us to just take a straw poll here, like, and I know it's still is your voice and it's not the voice of everybody to think, but like, what if we said, I support the full 1750 being here versus I support nothing here as a sub. And then there would just be somewhere in between, like if you're sideways, that's like, I think I could go at 800. Which would be like half of it, like, can we just take a pulse of where we're thinking, or does that help?
Would that help you guys as a subcommittee?
I'm almost curious if we, in our survey, can update it. Have you take your thoughts in our
And
survey?
that could work well, that we can do that.
And then you guys can spend some time thinking about this, digesting this, like really, and like come back to us, ask us questions. And then we'll just put it in our survey link. And we wanna hear like these answers, and we wanna hear like how you are feeling about it, what are the reservations, cause this has been a long conversation, I think it's been good, but
Yeah.
still have one team that hasn't reacted yet.
Time to.
And I gotta say too, that I really, the thought that the 61% fair share would bear the burden of this just feels really inappropriate.
Yeah.
It just really does, like, it just does, right? Like, if we were able to fill guest teacher positions over the last 3 years sustainably, we wouldn't even be talking about them, right? Like, right, have that chunk of scope of work in HR. I know you're right, Adam, like, I don't know that we'll ever in this valley, but I'd be able to fill those positions, but I feel like that if it stays, there's gotta be a cost sharing, and I'm still not convinced if this is the right place that it has to come out of. But I really am grateful for the idea, the other pushes on is that salary set right? Is there a higher leverage para? How could we take the daily guest rate if somebody has credentials and bump that up? Like, I'm really curious about some of those other opportunities. And then also, I think, you know, you guys are spot on, that resource allocation with all of those white chunks is about schools being able to say, hey, we were able to scrub an extra FTE. What do we want to do? Because I could see it would be interesting, but you could see conversations potentially happening in BLT saying, do we add another FTE to the third grade, or can they hang with 26 kids? Because that would free up an FTE to pull in a sub, or do you know what I mean? Like, you could see some of those conversations happening when if, I know, you're right, Lynn, like, that's really hard to do, but you know, are there, they're not gonna be happy, but like, you know, are there other ways that we can look at it? Cause just the fact that this team would have to hold this feels really not right.
Yeah, and at the same time, I feel bad thinking about kicking the can down the road by being like, oh, well, let's have rural sustainability cover it, like you know, it just means like next year, they have to make that decision or whatever, that just.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it could be a partial share though, like if we come up with alternative funding streams within the district. And then also some rural.
Yeah, I wonder if there is like a 2 to 3 year plan out of this where we said, look, let's do one-time rural sustainability 50%. Fair share can kick in 25, you know, whatever it is. And we're also gonna do all these other things.
Yes.
You know, we're gonna beef up the HR work on outreach, and we're gonna tighten up that system, because we know there's people out there that say themselves aren't aware that there's gaps. We're gonna change the pay rate, you know, like, I wonder if there's a way that we could develop a plan with pushing a lot of levers.
Yeah.
And try to have a slower scale down.
And for those individuals,
Yeah.
Okay.
yeah, those individuals that have that job right now.
Even though they don't conferences or don't do like.
No,
yes, okay. I think we
And
really
they don't
don't
need to be-
we're gonna hold that, but we really need to look at what that job description is. And the qualification, like I would wanna have a higher expectation of that.
Oh, yeah. For sure.
I guess that small trade out where they're not getting a planning period, so they're gonna release that issue.
I would wonder how we share it though too, like say we shared it, and we said, like you said, 25% comes from here and, you know, 50 from here and 25 from there. Well, then, say in the future, certified was like, no, we're done. Then are we getting rid of 25% of those positions and the schools have to figure out which 25% that is, or? You know, I think that could be a hard thing in the future too.
What I like about what you said, Anna, is like a planned phase out of the program feels better to me than just dropping them.
Yeah.
Especially like, you know, we're in February,
Yeah.
you know, so, and we're not gonna make the decision tonight, and so it's just. If we were like, yeah, this thing isn't gonna last, we're gonna figure out our way out of it. And then the people know, right, at the beginning of the year, this is the last year of this program, you know, that just feels.
I think if we're phasing it out, I think we have to be careful of how it works financially. Because like just saying, oh, because it becomes old money instead of the new money that it is now in this year, 61%. So if we only like do half of it this year, we're still losing half of that amount for the future.
Yeah,
Or-
yeah.
Or if we spread it over 3 years, it still ends up being the same amount in the long run.
Yeah,
And so the gradual phasing doesn't financially
right,
lessen the impact on each certified person.
that's true. Yeah,
And also, when you said like, people know at the beginning of the year that this might go away, like they knew that at the beginning of this year.
yeah, that's,
I think they knew that.
they did.
They did.
Yeah,
When we knew it, it was like, oh, it's more funding
Should we
after
move on?
this year, so.
Yeah,
yeah.
we have one more team to go.
Yeah, I wanna continue the work.
I don't know, how many people are we gonna lose, I guess, is the
Yeah.
question. How many people have a hard deadline that is happening now when we have
Yeah.
the last group, or do we need to try to come up with a shorter time, a different time to come up with that last?
I mean, to be honest, I think Nathan, particularly because some of our, this talks about money. And I'd like Nathan, because you know.
Yeah, he's gone, he had to leave and so.
To be here in case financial questions come up.
We have less than 2 weeks until.
We could just.
Yeah, I think we have to push through with whoever's can stay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, and maybe
Alright.
anybody can come up for Nathan.
Yeah,
and then-
questions.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay.
And just maybe the last group.
I mean, most of us are still here, so.
Yeah.
Let's just go ahead. I just sent it.
It's the monster.
There's your presentations, yeah. Please, one.
I like that, I call it the pump. I learned.
Yes. Take it off.
All right, we can go quick and,
Nice.
yep.
Yeah.
Everyone will love it. And
Prove it.
Good, okay.
Dirty and give a thumbs up.
So what we were working on was appropriately supporting our students with disabilities, in order to meet our legal obligations for FAPE through strengthening recruitment and retention of sped staff. I'm trying to change that.
I'm the one that you call.
These are things from the survey and from the group. This is a hard to fill, hard to serve position. Failure to fill the certified staff position actually increases burden on all other staff and admin. And there's often not ways to recognize that additional burden on when there is not qualified staff to provide the accommodations or the support in the general classrooms. It also leaves our most vulnerable populations underserved, opens us up to legal liability, and we've been falling back on here and there on online providers, and that kind of goes against our value of relationships. It's very hard for these online people to build those relationships, and it's also very hard to build the relationships with our families and students with the high turnover in this department. So those are the foundations. The next slide has some of the, where were the pinch points? What do we think are the root causes that are causing recruitment and retention issues specifically within this department, which does mimic national recruitment and retention in SPED as well. So I don't think they're totally unique to us. We do believe from exit interviews and different conversations that housing is a primary driver of why SPED teachers are turning down positions. So it's not a reason necessarily we're losing people who get here, but it's a reason we're not, we're interviewing that people are coming. So we're offering positions they're accepting and then they're backing out because they can't find a place to live. Workloads was an issue, like the intensity of kids on the workloads and how are we recognizing that? And then if there's unfilled positions, how we distribute that and if people are compensated. And then the idea that online positions also create more work. So these are just basically some of the concerns we're trying to address in a document. We were trying to get specific local data, but Begonia's still working on some for us. That's the yellow. But this is, in the last 2 years, we've had 36% turnover in certified positions. I thought I had the normal turnover rate. What was the regular? Do you have that?
Regular turnover.
Like 7. It was much lower.
It's it's 18.
Yeah, 17% was in my head. It's like, yeah.
18.
So,
Like,
yeah, I think we're double turnover in this department from our other certified positions. Right now, we have 2 full-time core special ed teachers, not special service providers, but 2 of our teachers in the district are just online. And then what we're trying to come up with is also just showing not that they're unlicensed, nobody's unlicensed, but they're alt license, brand new emergency license. What's the percentage of that? So we
New hires?
of our, instead
10 out of 10.
yeah, so that's what we were trying to get to. So of everyone we were able to hire last year, in order to get people in the position, we had an alt license. So we're not getting certified experienced staff into those positions, which is creating a huge burden on people like Heather, but not just her, who are experienced to provide all the support to those new staff as well. You had a question?
Is there any way to tell where from the people that left, the SPED teachers that left, where they went? Did they transfer to other positions in the district or they leave the district altogether?
We do have some of that exit surveys. Patrick had some of that, and none of it, I guess, stuck out to us enough that we put it on the side. I'll revisit it and see, and could share that. When I'm thinking back,
I know there was.
I non-renewed someone, I mean, right, like maybe when you have retirement, like there's a lot of different
transfer to charter school.
Yeah.
And I guess how does that compare to a gen ed teacher
Right.
or other?
Right, okay.
We also, like, I believe one of the positions that was filled with the long-term sub at the beginning of the year that's now filled with someone was. You know, one of the building guest teachers was a special ed position, right? So at the beginning of the year, we also had unfilled positions, and that's an issue. And people wanted me to share stories, but I'm not home to because we're out of time. So national data, we did look into, like I said, it's not specific to our area. I liked that Colorado was included in this. Teacher mobility did find that in general, special ed teachers are 11% more likely, but we're looking here at about 50% more likely, so we're still higher. And they are 72% more likely to change. So what do you mean? And then this was all research on large school districts. We couldn't find yet comparisons with small districts, but it is very common in large school districts to incentivize these kinds of hard to fill, hard to staff positions. Like that is something that happens frequently. Nearly half of the districts, the kind of middle specifically provide financial incentive to special education. And a lot of that I think is because of the legal ramifications with that being unfilled and we put in there and what that opens up the building and the district to. And only a third of districts didn't offer incentives to special ed teachers.
I think we're one.
But this is large schools. This is all the biggest, the 63 biggest districts in the US.
Yeah.
Like I said, I couldn't find
Right.
yet, we couldn't find yet. This is some local data. We don't have all their financial information, but we were just looking at staffing. One thing we did notice is that we have less special education administrators than other districts. That's not a proposal that we're making, but we do think that contributes to the workload because some of the training, because there's so many new and a lot of the training burden is falling on very few experienced staff in buildings to provide, and it's eating up a lot of their time and energy. And they're having to hold larger caseloads or attend with new staff because they're not yet able to hold the job independently. So it's a concern in that, because there's not someone else who can come in and do that training. Eagle does have a signing bonus. Aspen does do extra housing points. Remember the percentage? It's pretty much, it's like all but 2 of their sped staff are in district housing.
Right, yeah.
And the Aspen sped director, including the admin in the sped directors are in district housing as well. They're basically like, we would not have a sped department if we didn't give them housing. So that's what we looked at so far. We're happy to look at more, but that's as far as we've got so far. We did feel like there's 2 things that have helped significantly already, so we just wanted to acknowledge that. The housing committee has approved that HR can allocate an extra point for hard to fill positions on a yearly basis. So we believe that sped will fall into that pretty immediately. And then we do think the opportunity fund may be a way to help experienced teachers who might be interested, especially if there was some incentive, to get credentials to work in special ed as well. And that there would be a value in people who are experienced educators being able to have additional endorsements, both because if they get additional education, it bumps them on the salary scale, and because it would be good for the departments as well. So we've had some success with people retraining in some schools.
Can you go back to the previous slide real quick, just a quick clip? So it says starting next year, AR can allocate. Has that been decided that they are allocating?
I have to
Or
give that to you. Okay.
is that a decision that was made? If so, who made it and who?
The housing committee said that HR can allocate an extra point. She's asking, have you made that decision?
I can look.
I am out of the housing committee now and today's,
The new, I know that the housing guidelines, the new guidelines will come for the board in a work session next Wednesday. So I anticipate those changes will be there. I don't know that the board actually approves them. I think it's just a heads up. I think when the housing committee decides, it's done.
Okay, so I didn't know the housing committee decided, I didn't know that was.
They haven't yet,
They
right?
haven't yet.
I don't know, that's what I'm asking.
Well, I think it's baked into the new guidelines that are gonna get in front of the board next week.
Okay,
Okay, thank you,
So we can close that loop after next Wednesday.
thank you.
I'm not sure what says HR can allocate. We actually,
That's what
HR is
we're-
completely out of the allocation of points. It's completely independent.
Okay, so maybe it's not that you allocate, it's that you would choose the hard to fill. The HR
The
would,
hard to fill positions are named by
HR would name that, I might have worded it.
That's, okay.
HR will name hard to fill and hard to fill will be allocated an extra point.
Got it,
Does
thank you, that
sound
makes
right?
sense.
Okay.
Does an extra point like make it a lot easier? It's like an extra.
Yes.
It's a
I don't know if
it's
a lot.
lottery, so
It's a
Not necessarily.
I mean,
it can.
And
I don't need to know
Yeah,
how it works,
we
I
don't
just wanna
know.
know if like, does that?
an extra point with
Would that
52
be
units,
illegal?
maybe?
There's like 10
Oh,
or
yeah.
12 points in that
Yeah.
housing
Substantial.
points that you get, so instead of having like maybe 10 points, you would have 11 points or something like that, and so it's basically how many ping pong balls are in the hopper.
In the hopper.
Bingo. Okay, so our interests cross over with time and with money. So that's why I do want to get in front of people sooner. So we do have some immediate recommendations for time. So, and this really gets at retention, like helping to balance that workload when we talked about like what they're taking on. A general, just reduce duties where possible, that would just be a recommendation that would look different in every building, and we're not gonna define what that is. Provide, so this would be a cost. We would be interested in providing 4 release days for legal paperwork. So to have days where they can fully complete some of the things that need to be filed and like I can think of one example quickly for being this late at night, like the special education team at my school has to put in all of the College Board accommodations for all of the IEPs for 110 kids, right? For all of the state testing and individually enter them in for each kid, like, so check their time, check what their current IEP is, go into the program, hand enter all those. That probably doesn't take a whole day, but that is like something that takes a significant amount of time. That could be reworked, like the number of days or whatever, but we did run the cost of that if we provided 4 release days. So sub days or whatever that is, we would say that they have to be pre-planned in collaboration with the building administrator. So that it's not creating, that it's not on a day that we have a lot of people out and doesn't create another burden. But if was paying for it on this fund, it'd be 28,000. However, when Nathan met with our group, which was just on Monday, he actually said our current sub budget may be adequate to absorb that cost as is. So it actually might not be a new cost, it would be like an allocation, right? But and it wouldn't necessarily be, you have to use 4 days in the year, but like you're working with your administrator and there's 4 days built in to alleviate some of that burden, to make sure it's, you may or may not know with special education, like every time they submit something, we have a compliance officer who has to check it, and then this office has to send it back to make sure it is, there's a ton of legal requirements with the paperwork that takes a significant amount of time.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I think this is great, I don't have a problem with it, have you considered how much time they're gonna have to do to write sub plans?
Oh,
Not
yes,
burden.
yeah, oh, yes,
And then
I brought that up.
could we look at PD days? Because often our full day PD days or our data days are not beneficial for them.
And we talked about
And I
that
think
too.
that's where I think we said in collaboration, because the other thing we didn't want to say, like right now. All of our special education teachers have to go to all day PD on the April PD day.
Yeah.
Required to align with the state on what they need with compliance training. So one,
they're losing out on all the team stuff in their school though, right? So that it becomes this more isolated siloed department again, when we're trying to say we all work together. And they're already being pulled for other trainings. So I think that that's possible, and that could be like working with a building admin to release to in a different time. Where it isn't such a sub burden. It also doesn't have to be like all of the teachers on the same day.
Well, I mean, it's subburden
Yeah.
for them.
Yeah.
Because they don't
Yeah,
have
but
their
it's-
sub-plans
it
for
would be a huge
themselves.
Concern with elementary teachers in particular, yeah.
Cause you try to supplement for yourself and for every one of your parents.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I did, struggle to get behind this. And I still, worry that if we move forward with this, that teachers will feel frustrated. That it's like, you know, robbing Peter to pay Paul, like, you know, sub plans take so much time, and yes, para plans take so much time. I think the reason why we landed on this is because we couldn't figure out another way to get more plan time.
Without, so we did look at extending contracts, but like that doesn't feel right per se either, right? Like in a day before the year starts or a day at the end when the year starts doesn't necessarily, it's not the right time to do the work that needs to be done. But we are very open, if you think about it, sleep on it and have other ideas, And again, we also looked at not making them set days and making it collaborative, so like, if Heather says, I only need one day in this whole year, and this is the day that it's the least burdensome for me. And I need it in the first 2 weeks of school because I have 5 new kids and I have to write these transition plans.
Right.
And they're gonna be doing this fun team building thing with the parents and with these teachers, and I'm gonna be okay, then, like, that's why I think it has to be worked out really individually.
Yeah, because then I started thinking and I was like, okay, I could get really creative and I could like, bundle. And have some fun activities and bundle groups, with paras together and, it's like, okay, it would be fine. So. Yeah.
If maybe consider incentivizing the paras to take on like more of a leadership role, and this could maybe be. Like to pay, you know what I mean, to like pay them to offset some of that cost, but pay them more. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
To take on more of a
Right.
teacher-esque role or something, I don't know.
I mean, I think we asked them to do that
Like a sub-day
sometimes
rate or
anyway.
something.
But if we didn't have if we didn't have an official teacher sub. Like if we weren't able to get a sub that I was like
Or-
saying I really need the day.
Yeah, but
I would think I would go, but.
well, I don't know if you planned it out and you paid them the sub rate, would you be willing to let paras be in that role? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
Cause I don't know, Nate was making it sound like this is something that they've entertained, having paras. Or subs. Highly qualified paras.
Yeah, I think it would be, I didn't heard about it. Like, we would still need the pairs to do their regular
Okay.
thing, so everybody gets their minutes. For like push in and
Yeah.
pull, I'd still need somebody to do my job, so I couldn't have one of them do my job but then I'd need somebody to do their job. But that's a good idea, to some sort of incentive potentially for somebody.
Or somebody.
Yeah.
The next one is salary, so, at this time, you may or may not know that there's a separate salary schedule for special service providers. So these are our speech language pathologists, our OTs, our PTs, our school psychs. So they're all special education staff. All the special service providers are special education staff. They're also they do have specialty skill sets, but they also have flexible time. In their schedules, like they don't have subs when they miss. They don't do some of the extra duties that our certified special education staff in the buildings do. And they're paid more. And so our recommendation is, and we do represent their interests. So when we do a salary increase here, it goes into that salary schedule as well, okay?
So we are recommending that we put our current certified special education teaching staff on the special service provider's salary schedule starting in next year. That is the equivalent of $2,800 per special education teacher. I don't remember that. I did the total what that costs. It will cost $130,000 to do that. There's either 23 or 33 total teachers that impacts. So that's the top one. That is the biggest cost that we have in here that would need to be negotiated with this money, the fair share money. The second one is we do believe that IEP meetings are essential and that everybody should be paid for them if they give up their planning time or their before or after contract hours. So not that they're just 2 hours a month and that means your sped meetings. So if a teacher gives up a plan period to sub, they're paid, and we believe if the teacher gives up their plan period to be in an IEP meeting, they should be paid, consistent across all the schools. And then same if they have to go to a meeting that's either before school or stays after school. That the teacher should be paid the hourly rate for the time for that meeting. So it is contractual in the sense that we are required to attend those meetings, but it should still be paid because it's additional time or it's giving up time. That would come out of existing stipend money. So that's not a new allocation.
That's so great because it honors the teachers, but it also relieves the burden of the sped teachers who like feel like they need the favor all the time, like that sucks. It's gonna switch it to be like, hey, you get to be the guy this time, like, that's.
You're invited.
Yeah,
This.
that's so nice.
If my principal or my IEP director, whatever, they decide to schedule it during my school hours, though, I would then need to get a sub, I need to get that plan.
So
And then
first,
that would still be during my working time, so I wouldn't be paid out for that.
so when it wouldn't, if you were
Okay.
subbed, you wouldn't be. So I just saw an email from the secretary, right? We're looking for a sub for 1 hour tomorrow, so someone can go to an IEP meeting.
Okay.
In that case, the person going to the IEP meeting wouldn't be paid. The teacher covering that person's class is going to be
Right.
paid for
Okay.
covering the class, because that's their plan.
Okay, I
So
wanted to
that's
make sure that that was.
But it wouldn't be both. It wouldn't be that I get a sub for a class and I get paid. It would be if you're giving up your personal plan time or it's before or after contract hours. And then if they're not already, we would recommend that building leaders consider especially if they have a lot of brand new staff and then one or two experience looking at a lead teacher or head of department and paying for that role within the department. We wouldn't mandate that because there's schools where that might not be necessary, like you might just have 3 brand new people and that wouldn't make sense. But if there is, we just want to call out if someone in the department is having to take on additional leadership roles, they should also be compensated for those additional.
Where does that money come
Lindsay, a question about that stipend money.
Yeah.
And maybe that's Nathan, you could be here to ask that, but I understand like moving them up on the salary schedule, we might have stipends that could pay that $130,000, but where does that money come from next year? To pay
No, moving them on the salary schedule would have to come from fair share.
That's us.
The existing stipend budget, and I like at my school, we're already paying this.
Yeah.
So it's this one and this one would come out of the existing stipend money that was allocated last year, that's ongoing.
But I'm sorry, I'm one more, and maybe if I don't get it, I'll just let it go. That last line says moving certified special education teachers to the SSP salary schedule.
That ties to the top
Right.
one.
So that sentence relates to bullet 1, and then that sentence relates to the.
Thank you.
Do we anticipate the current SSPs, the nurses, the SLPs, the ed sites having concerns about this? Like having this, but just, like I've known that they, their takes and like their certifications are beyond the bachelor's, right? That it's like something in addition to
I mean, you did make the distinction, which I think is fair and right, that like. Their day is very different than that of us, like the classroom sped teacher. Their responsibilities are different, they. Go to that, they want, they can feel like there's those differences, but I just wonder. It would be nice to like talk to a few of them and just, I would hate for us to do this and then. Piss off a whole group of people, it's like,
Right.
but I went to this huge degree and I could have just stayed a sped teacher, I don't know.
Right.
It would just be nice to hear from that crew.
I would argue their job is
You would argue what, I'm sorry?
And
Their
that's
job
right,
is
the
easier.
conditions are different, right? But,
Yeah, the working conditions are definitely significantly.
yeah,
It's hard to fill SSP position. So I
Yeah.
don't think, like,
right.
we have tons of virtual providers that are SSPs. That's a whole other
Right.
problem that we did not address.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so I don't know that their salary schedule is right for them either, but we don't think it's fair that there's a difference in pay for people serving the same group of kids. And one group has a lot more constraints and workload than the other.
Well, and I guess the argument's there too, that if their degree costs more, they're gonna be in a different lane anyway,
Right,
right? So they will still have a differential for their.
They will, yeah.
And maybe there's. It would be interesting if there was pushback to consider. A different, you know, like Robin, you were talking about the salary schedules. Maybe there's a different way that their incremental lanes have a bigger gap. Do you know what I mean? If we felt like we had to do something about that. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I can ask Patrick about contacting SSP. And he's been very helpful in providing information.
Yeah, I mean, because
He was very supportive of this idea,
Okay.
and he does read that department.
Yeah.
So I guess that's what I have to go on at this time.
I think that's great. It would be great, like it would be fun to hear from them, because I'm guessing they might say, oh my gosh, this would be awesome. Yes, love it. If there were problems, it'd be nice to anticipate them before.
Yeah. I imagine for the ones who say that having consistent people they're partnering with would be a huge benefit to them.
I think so too.
Because the turnover is not easy for anybody who's trying to see with kids. Okay, moving on. Yeah, I think almost done.
Yeah.
Our last one is in working conditions, so I don't even know where that plays out. Because I don't fully understand the process yet, but, there was Autumn had sent us a document that some teachers in the district had put forward, requesting that the district comes to some clarity on under what IEP conditions we would allocate one-to-one paras. So the concern was that we do not currently allocate one-to-one paras to SSN kids, even when they have high safety need. And like that need constant supervision for either physical, well, and especially I guess for physical support, where they actually have to have eyes on them all the time to maintain their physical safety, but at this point in time, the understanding that we have from that is that we do not ever write one-to-one para on an IEP. And so the request is that there might be a task force or someone to investigate this and define if there are conditions under which we should be allocating, like calling that out and allocating that. We would like to see, I mentioned it briefly in that it could be an issue because we just don't have enough staff who are qualified to do it, but we would like to see district provided para training and coaching, and if we don't have enough, like if the coordinators, director that we have, there's not enough time in their schedule, then looking at that, maybe like we've looked at other teacher expert roles, right? Maybe there is a way that there's an additional role someone could take on, but we do believe that there should be someone who's really strong in understanding how to effectively train paras and comes in to check in on them. And then especially with as many brand new staff and all licensed staff we have, it's unfair to always be asking them to step in and actually know how to train the staff that's under them when they're not even trained in their position themselves. We also think we should consider, because bilingual paras, right now, most of our teachers are not bilingual. Our paras are doing a lot of the parent communication. So a lot of kids with IEPs have very regular, like have to have weekly reports, or their parents come and need to like, especially in SSN, they pick them up and they need to have a report of what happened during the day. And the paras are holding that because they're bilingual. So we do believe, like with the front office, that that's a parent facing important role, and we should consider if they're bilingual and they qualify under whatever those other communication standards are, that they also could have the pay differential for providing that. And
Is there any reason for not, that it's not happening?
we did talk to Nathan about it, and he said
It's happening for a sector, but I can't remember which sector that is.
it's only front office specialists at this time because of the idea that they're forward facing to community and parents. Our argument is that actually these, especially paras in SSN, but also in mild moderate, if they're bilingual, are actually taking on a good amount of that parent communication for us. It should be recognized for that. And then also similar to the idea of someone who's providing paratraining, really being sure we're like our SSN programs are there's someone who's very, very clearly tagged to mentor and train new SSN staff, because principals do not have the expertise to provide that specialized level with brand new staff to create, like, there's no training for principals in how to create an effective SSN program, and there really needs to be someone tagged at the district level, whether that's a teacher who's a lead teacher in the district or district staff that actually has a strong understanding. And I think that's all we have. Is that all we have? Do you have another slide?
You have another slide, and I just wanted to clarify. The $1 additional bilingual aid exists for office teams, health aides, and family liaisons currently.
Okay.
So
So,
it exists, but not.
yeah, I have a question about that. It sounds great. I know there are a lot of people in the district that do a lot of unpaid translating.
Yeah.
Where does that dollar come from? And I ask that because that feels like
that's
classified
Right, so
negotiation.
it's a working condition thing.
We are certified.
Yeah.
IBB.
I don't think we can do that, but that's like, is there a part where we like make recommendations? Like, what needs to be carried forward? Like, in order to meet some of these working conditions, we think some of these things need to happen. But yes, it's not gonna come here.
And
So I don't
also the
know.
one-to-one paras, would that be?
It's working.
That's working conditions for teachers, for.
Yeah.
For teachers.
I agree. So where does the money come from for that?
Yeah, that would have to come from.
That's where we need Nathan for say.
Yeah, that would have to come.
I don't think that comes from the pool.
Trainer as well, right? District
Yeah.
level trainer.
Yeah, that comes from PD and curriculum money at the district level.
I know that we're hearing that like, we've got good money this year, but next year maybe also, but like after that. We're hearing it might, who knows what's gonna happen in the future, but you recommended having a task force to investigate.
And
and
that
find the
wouldn't be an IBB one, yeah, I think that's good.
I'm just saying, like, if that is something that you would recommend, then it's probably something you'd want to recommend on an earlier time scale, sooner time scale than a later. Especially if it involves implementing new conditions.
Yeah, I guess we're recommending it like going in scripture. Like investigating these things. To put a plan into place. We don't think that'll be a big deal. But we don't think it should be dropped. So there's basically, Rob, I don't understand the process fully, but there's some things like IBB can't control them because it's not in this, but it's still affecting the workload. It's still affecting the certified teachers, so. Can we make that recommendation to the district or?
We can ask the district for whatever we're.
Okay. So I mean, that's kind of it. It's the workload conditions, like we don't feel like we have control of that, but because it's classified staff. But some of these things not happening, it's more work on the certified staff.
And I think like this document, Autumn shared this document with us maybe like a month ago that came from a group. Of special education teachers, I think mostly in Glenwood Springs. And I hadn't seen the document before, but I really appreciated the document and, some of the legal part of it. and faith. And I think that they really were hoping that we, as part of our negotiations, that we would say, that we would define, you know, if you are a level 3 autistic with, you know, this need, or you have a seizure disorder, or, you know, you're visually impaired, or, you know, that we would list the conditions for what gets, who gets a one-to-one para, because it feels like, Patrick, kind of holds that, is the keeper of when that happens and when that doesn't. And there's not a clear document somewhere that says when, you know, and it's very individualized, but it should be based on the IEP, which is a legal document. And I've been told that we don't, you know, there's a place in the grid to write one-to-one paraeducator, but we've been advised not to do that because we don't want to get ourselves into a tricky situation where we're unable to staff that, but we are still providing that student as best we can by writing something like 1,400 minutes of safety monitoring and, you know, toileting and like all the, you know, we really spell it out. But even in that situation, it feels like we don't have enough paras to safely provide for our students. You know, I might bundle 2 kids that have 1,400 minutes, so that's 2,800 minutes of safety monitoring. And I mean, it just, you know, I can remember being recorded, but things can happen, you know, that where like in a moment's notice, somebody is running around the building, you know, 5-year-old that could run into the street. And the other kid that you're watching, because you're doing 2,800 minutes, 1,400 overlapped, is also, you know, climbing a fence. Or like, you know, it happens all the time. And so I think that this group of teachers is like, hey, you know, this is not right. And we would like for you as the special education subcommittee to define these things for us. And that felt really big for our group this year.
Do that.
Yeah,
Well, we didn't think it was within our scope.
and within our scope, yeah.
We don't think it's within our scope, so our recommendation is that the teachers looks into it, with who it is within their scope to look into. Which is similar with this slide, we found some additional things out there, that would probably need to be explored by a different group, but we didn't want to drop them. So there's, Seattle was an example, it's a really well-funded, however they do what they do, they're doing it well, but they do have like a relief fund if they end up with a high intensity case and they need more support during the year. Even though they weren't staffed for it at the beginning, that seems like something worth exploring. The allocations of paras seems like something worth exploring, but it's not this team because they're not certified. And then we would just push on the housing committee. We don't quite understand how it works. But to keep thinking about if we want to really prioritize housing, if that's why we can't get actually certified people here. So,
Back to your,
today, so.
back to your idea of recommending that the district take on what gets a one-on-one para. Can you make that recommendation to include teacher voice?
Well, yeah, I think it needs to be a teacher, like, there have to be, it should be a sped teacher, like, committee.
Right, I just think we need to be very specific when we present things
Okay.
and have that kind of verbiage and.
Have that in there for the final, okay, and if I shouldn't have that on the final, we shouldn't.
No, I
have the
think
final,
it's a
we don't
good-
have to.
It's a good.
Again, I don't always understand the parameters. So.
Could you go back to that table you had where you're comparing Aspen and Eagle and Lawrence? And I was wondering, right now it says over on incentives, none yet. Of the things you talked about today, would you, I guess, maybe there's, it sounds like housing as an additional point on that would now could be something that would
For next year.
For next
yeah.
year, okay.
So that's what was in place coming in this year, yeah. So what other things would you consider to be incentives that you might advertise to people or?
The higher salary schedules. So we also looked at it, like we talked about signing bonuses and then we talked about end of year bonuses. But that felt much sticky. Well, signing bonuses we didn't like because we want people to stay and it's weird if they leave and then you have to like get the money back from them. So we looked at end of the year, but then that gets really sticky, like how do you define that, who gets it? How much and why, and with the disparity between the two salary schedules, it seemed to
I think,
be more about evening things out
Yes.
within the department in a more palatable way.
So do Aspen and Eagle currently have their special ed teachers on their regular salary scale or on the advanced
I
salary?
believe that all of them are on the same salary scale, but they don't have a separate, and I will confirm that with Patrick. But my understanding is they don't have a separate salary scale, so it isn't like some people are being paid more and some people are being paid less who work with the same kids.
Could you guys also just flush out while we're doing that, the like number of administrative assistants?
What does that mean?
Like at the district level.
Yeah,
Like, there's the director, coordinator, and then there's like office staff.
yeah, well, the compliance specialist.
Yeah.
Like those kinds of.
Yeah.
Yes.
Aspen has a different scale for SSP and ESP. But they don't have like a separate, they're kind of similar to SSP for. So there's, the teachers are on their teacher salary schedule. Yeah, there's SSP is different.
So get that specifically, yeah. That's what you mean.
So you didn't consider any other salaries that might, like right now, it seems like those two things, extra housing point and being on the advanced skill. Like if somebody were to have a graph like that, table like this, they might, if numerically, they might go, oh, they offer two things, whereas the other ones just offer one. Do you think that like would be enough to incentivize people who might be looking at those two neighboring districts? Or are there other things that you might consider? I'm not saying like we have tons of money to throw around or anything like that, but I'm just wondering like, are there other things you consider bonuses?
We consider
Other
reducing
things
ratios.
Reducing
Ratios would be the other one.
The starting salary would also be highest for us out of those two districts if we move them to the SSP schedule, so they would have a. I'm just looking at like the lowest. I don't know across the board what it would look like, but the starting salary would be highest in our district out of Aspen and Eagle if we bumped them to SSP.
And if you consider reducing ratios, say to be more along the 15:1. 15:1, I'm having a hard time reading the third one, but if it were to be more equivalent to the other two, would, like, how many positions would that create? That have to create?
So if we just dropped it, Nathan ran the numbers for us, if we just dropped it to 18, which is what like current staffing is for FTE at schools, right? So for every 18 students, you get an FTE. And I'll write it down specifically, but if we dropped it from 20 to 18, it really only adds across like all the elementary schools, 1.5 total positions, like it's a. So it would end up, I think we figured out that if we dropped the ratios, the Salt Elementary and Glenwood High School would get one more teacher and no one else would. So it wouldn't actually impact like, when we're thinking about retaining all the staff in the department, it wouldn't impact everybody. Because of where the cutoffs would be to go up.
Grant, I think this is where, did you just say, hot tub? Is that what you said? Cause that would go right up on the list.
What if you honor
Three hot-
errors for transfer for new incoming teachers?
What'd you think?
Yeah, I don't disagree with that for Grant, I
And
agree.
special ed teachers.
Yeah,
Honoring.
yeah,
Give them
sorry,
15.
right.
Are we at 15 now?
Not yet,
No,
next year
well-
we're going to 13,
It's year by year, it's been going.
year
up.
by year.
Yeah, for the last one.
So we're currently at 12, right?
This
Yeah.
school year was 12,
Okay.
next one
year
is
will be 13.
going to 13.
But maybe for sped, teachers, it would be unlimited, like whatever they submit, but
Right.
honestly, I mean,
It's like, you go with 20 years of experience, honestly.
honestly, I don't know, I
20
feel
years
like
of
there
experience.
shouldn't be a cap, like, can't be
You're
a
not keeping
cap
a lot of.
In the hot tub.
and a.
Right,
but-
and a hot.
It's a
What if they put the hot tub inside?
Well, yeah, especially looking at neighboring districts.
That makes sense, right?
Yeah. Slap up.
If anyone needs a hot tub.
This is the
But-
kick.
And we honored more
Things
years.
of digress, right, it's not just.
I think that's possible.
It's
I've
the-
only been hiring for 2 years and I haven't had anyone apply with more than 13 years of experience.
But there are.
So I'm not sure
people-
that that's the
But
like
there
catch,
might-
but maybe it
There
would,
might
we'd be able to
teachers
spread
in
it out
life
more.
who
Yeah, who are thinking, yeah, that's true.
would.
Well,
Or Aspen, because they don't
On
want to
extra
commute.
$3 grand a
They
year.
don't,
Yeah.
they don't apply because
They don't apply because they don't.
They,
get
they
their
think that they're
housing.
not gonna get all their years, so they can take that.
Okay,
All right, I have another tricky question, or maybe a tricky
I'm
question.
really good at ATM questions.
And then, how are you doing at 8 p.m.?
I told you it's pumpkin hour for everybody.
Amazing.
Sorry, remember midnight?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh.
I already told my wife. not to-
Maybe night out there. It's a night out there.
Okay, we have historically resisted paying any any class of certified staff at a different rate because of my job is harder than your job, no, my job is harder than your job, no, my job is harder than your job. I see more students, I have more grading, I teach a higher level, I teach a lower, level, whatever it is. If we were to consider, if this was something that the group approved, what are the parameters for that? Because it sets us up for that kind of discussion in the future. What are the parameters for that kind of discussion coming in the future? And I guess I don't know that I want to necessarily answer that now, but I'm just thinking like, as a group, is that something that you might consider? Thinking about how you might define in the future, math and science high school positions are super hard to find teachers for. When does it become a position that we say, okay, we're gonna pay you some more money? And that's the thing that I'm concerned about with this, is like the slippery slope of everybody's now gonna say, oh, I should get more. And now I understand that, okay, special service providers are already on a different one, and you know, that argument of, well, they're serving the same students. I'm not saying I don't buy into it. I'm just trying to think about the future and possible groups of employees in the future coming forward and saying, okay, I'm also doing this kind of thing, or I'm also hard to hire.
I mean, I guess that's where putting them on the same salary schedule versus offering a bonus are hard to fill, maybe set less precedent. So it wasn't just as simple, and then I would just say that there's lots of districts that are doing it, so it might be a conversation that needs to still be happening though. That are like, there's a math teacher that was hired this year, and the district she was in Denver, she did get 3,000 more a year as a high school math teacher than the other teachers, because it's so hard to find high school math teachers, right? And so that does exist in a lot of places. And that, maybe it does open that conversation, and I guess I would say it probably needs to go more on that hard to fill, right? If we're twice the turnover rate and we're not able to hire certified people, like that's a really tricky thing, but I guess I don't really have the answer, but
Maybe it's a full group discussion,
Yeah.
but I just wonder, you know, like we did with salary, where we said our goal is to be in the top 1/3 of comparable districts, and we have like this solid thing that we can keep saying every year. We can say, are we still there? Like, it's this goal that we're always trying to meet, and you know, is there something that we could define maybe as a group? And maybe this is something that we would think about next year, but like, how could we think about that kind of thing going forward? So.
How about the legal requirements?
That's what we talked about that.
How about the legal I think that is what would make a difference in this conversation. It's not just hard to fill. It's
That
the
part you
legal
feel is-
requirements that,
Yeah.
that those positions have. I think,
I think all those reasons would be nice to just see it, like,
Yeah.
here's the rationale, this is why it's different than math, this is why it's different than anything else that's hard to fill, and why we feel like, I think you're just brainstorming those.
I also might ask for an incentive for this, just because we're talking our current staffing, a lot of them are like in alternative licensure programs anyways. Could we possibly come up with like an education funding for that?
it already
So that
exists.
they-
It exists.
Okay,
So right now.
well, more of
Yeah.
what, like, so that most of their schooling gets paid
I
for.
don't know how it works, but with the BOCES, like, I don't know who's funding it, but with the BOCES right now, the two teachers like convinced to recert in a different, they were already certified in a different area, but brand new, and now they're getting an alt license with BOCES. As long as they stay in the position for 3 years, it's completely paid for.
Also, you could,
So they're getting the training and the hours, sorry, kidding.
you could also say that part of the reasoning is we end up paying money as a district when we don't have these positions, and we end up paying lots of legal.
And the online people cost more than a
He's not
teacher.
right. You're not right.
And they're.
What about paying their time, maybe all license?
Mm.
I mean, that's the weird precedent for that. As an incentive.
Thinking out of the box.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just, so, if you're gonna go back to school, that's an extra 10 hours a week. Okay, then that's-
But are we, that's not happening.
Yeah.
We have some, yeah, we hired for.
Good job, sped team, you guys crushed it.
Lots of outside research.
Man.
Like there was a lot of like.
We got, good to shut up video.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
We're good.